Hey everyone, real quick, I just wanted to mention that this video is a compilation of a bunch of my previously released videos on the channel detailing deadly disasters on the notorious 14 8,000 meter peaks. As these videos have been released over the course of several years at this point, my voice might sound a bit different from segment to segment and whatnot, so I hope that explains any questions, particularly for those of you watching who haven't necessarily seen the other videos individually. So, whether you're listening to this in the background while you do chores, fall asleep, or if you're just fascinated with the 8000ers in general, I appreciate you for deciding to check out this video and for everyone's support of the channel throughout the years. So, without further ado, here is over 4 hours of deadly disasters on the 8000ers. Mount Everest is a mountain so esteemed that it truly needs very little introduction. Standing at a height of 29,031 feet at its peak, it is the tallest mountain in the world, with its summit also being the summit of the entire planet, the highest point on Earth, the top of the world. Mount Everest was first successfully summited by Tenzing Norgay and Sir Edmund Hillary in 1953. An ascent so legendary that I'd wager a large majority of my viewers are quite familiar with the details of this ascent already. Following the first ascent in 1953, Mount Everest would fast become one of the world's most ascended peaks, as the allure of setting foot atop the highest point on Earth has inevitably drawn numerous climbers to the peak over the following few decades. Aside from the perceived prestige of summiting the highest mountain on Earth, another reason Everest sees so many mountaineers attempt to reach its summit is also the fact that Everest, while the tallest mountain in the world, is not the most difficult mountain to climb in the world by any stretch, and is actually a fairly straightforward affair, making it an appealing summit for intermediate and, as of more recently, even beginner mountaineers, as the most frequented route to the summit has almost no technical climbing sections the entire way up the route. However, because of its popularity and the oft-perceived ease at which the summit can be reached, Mount Everest has also begun to garner a reputation as a tourist mountain, so to speak, as there are countless photos of long lines of climbers waiting for their turn to summit, and it is perhaps this reputation that lulls many people into a false sense of security about just how dangerous and deadly of a mountain that Everest truly is. A lesser-known statistic about Mount Everest is that, strictly numerically speaking, it is the deadliest mountain on the planet, with over 300 people having lost their lives while on its mighty slopes. A bleak reminder of this fact is the infamous Rainbow Valley below the mountain's north ridge, named for the jumble of brightly colored jackets worn by the corpses of mountaineers that were unfortunate enough to succumb to the mountain at such an altitude, each with their own individual story of how they came to rest there. In the year 1996, the overcrowding on the mountain, inexperience of many of the climbers on the mountain, and the competitive drive for guides to make sure that their clients reached the summit at all costs would come to a deadly head when combined with a nasty blizzard, creating a chain of events that would ultimately claim the lives of 8 people. The story of the tragic and deadly events of 1996 is likely the most well-known about story in the entire sport of mountaineering, as the intricacies and differing perspectives of the surviving climbers have been exhaustively detailed and speculated on across numerous different documentaries, feature films, novels, and other mediums. However, while the tragic events of 1996 would be revisited time and time again in the following years, the events of the very next year, 1997, would not garner nearly the same amount of media attention, despite a very similar number of lives that would ultimately be lost in a similarly short span of time. Despite the tragic and highly publicized events of the preceding year, a number of different mountaineering expeditions still returned to Mount Everest for the 1997 climbing season in the late spring. Among the teams pushing for the summit that spring were a Malaysian expedition team, a Russian expedition team, and a Polish expedition team. The latter two teams consisted of experienced mountaineers most of whom had previous Himalayan climbing experience, while the Malaysian expedition, while lacking in comparative experience when compared to the Poles and Russians, were bolstered by their sheer determination to become the first Malaysians to reach the summit of Mount Everest, and of course, more importantly, by the aid of their skilled team of local Sherpas. The springtime climbing season in 1997 had proven to be an unusually precipitous year, and the eager expeditions of climbers would be forced to repeatedly delay their planned pushes for their summit bids to wait out the storms for a better weather window. As April turned to May, the weather, which had now pushed back the planned departure dates for the expedition teams by over a week, finally showed signs of breaking for a few days in the upcoming forecast, and the three aforementioned teams, along with several others, would all prepare to make their summit bids, as if they decided to delay their ascents much longer, they would be caught by the summer monsoon season weather, when Everest is blanketed in heavy, nearly unrelenting snow from the monsoon moisture. The various expedition teams would begin their summit bids over the next few days, and by May 6th, the Malaysian team had made good progress up the mountain, having reached Camp 3 at the bottom of the Losi face. Upon reaching Camp 3, the Malaysian climbers called for food and oxygen to be hauled up to Camp 3 by their Sherpa guides. One of these Sherpas was a 31-year-old man named Nima Rinzi, who, after delivering the requested supplies, began to descend from Camp 3. However, at an altitude of approximately 23,950 feet, Niwa lost his balance and plummeted nearly 2,000 feet down the face below him to his death. His death would mark the first of several more casualties still yet to come in the upcoming days. The Russian Cossack expedition team had been eagerly awaiting a break in the weather following the weeks of storms in April, and sought to make a strong push for the summit when the opportunity finally did arise. So, when the weather broke, the group of climbers eagerly took the opportunity to begin their ascent to the summit. From there, they had planned to traverse the upper ridge to Lhotse, similar to the planned ascent of Uli Stek that I covered in my video about him. They made good progress up the mountain, and by the evening of May 6th, the Russian climbers had reached their high camp, located at an elevation of approximately 27,200 feet, and were preparing for a summit push the following day, May 7th, hoping that they would beat the estimated crowd of 30 people that would be attempting to summit on May 8th. May 8th was the planned summit date for such a large number of climbers for a reason, however, as the weather was cold and snowy when the group of Russian climbers set off that morning for the summit. As the 7th wore on, the weather showed no signs of relenting as the climbers slowly plodded their way up towards the summit. However, the weather continued to deteriorate as the afternoon wore on, and the clouds began to blot out the sun. Just 1,000 feet shy of the summit, one member of the group, a man named Alexander Taroshin, decided to forgo his summit attempt, as he stated that he simply did not have the strength left to complete the ascent, and began to descend to their high camp. This would be the last time he was ever seen alive again, as his body would be found later that evening by a French expedition team, just mere feet from their camp. The remaining two members of that day's summit team, Ivan Plotkanov and Nikolai Savchenko, reached the summit of Everest at approximately 6 p.m. that evening, leaving them just about 2 hours of daylight for their descent. At approximately 7:30 p.m. that evening, clouds enveloped the upper slopes of Everest and the Russian climbers, who by this point had descended just 650 feet from the summit in a fierce blizzard. Neither was ever seen alive again. At around this time, although details are rather scarce, another Sherpa contracted by Asian trekking, a man named Mingma, suffered a fall in the Great Kalur, tumbling nearly 4,000 feet down the mountainside to his death, bringing the casualty count on May 7th alone to 4 people. However, unfortunately, this would not mark the last of the climbers left on Everest that would lose their lives that year. The following day, May 8th, The blizzard that had claimed the lives of the Russian climbers the previous evening had begun to relent, and several expedition teams were primed to make a push for the summit. Amongst the expedition teams was the Polish team, who left their high camp early that morning to begin making a push for the summit. Part of this Polish expedition team was a German guide named Peter Kowalczyk, who was notably attempting this ascent without supplemental oxygen. At approximately 1 p.m. that afternoon, Peter crossed paths at the second step with the French climbers who had discovered Alexander Taroshin's body as they descended after successfully summiting. The climbers exchanged words of encouragement, Kowalczyk congratulating the French climbers on their success, and the French climbers wishing him good luck for the rest of his endeavors on the mountain. Unfortunately, this would be the last time Peter Kowalczyk would ever be seen again. His disappearance was rather baffling to many of the climbers on the mountain, and particularly to the French climbers who had come across him at the second step. Kowalczyk was an experienced climber and was reportedly, seemingly, in good physical shape and good spirits when the French had crossed paths with him. Peter Kowalczyk's death would mark the 6th fatality in a span of just 3 days. And given the highly publicized events of 1996, many media outlets were obviously a bit too eager to report the details of yet another Everest disaster, and reports of what exactly had taken place on the mountain over those fateful days varied wildly from outlet to outlet, with many reputable and less reputable sources releasing blatantly false information about what had occurred on the mountain and who exactly had died. Perhaps the most egregious false report that emerged was from a New Zealand radio station that reported that the entire 1997 New Zealander Everest expedition party of 7 members had been killed on the mountain, when in actuality, none of the New Zealanders on Everest had been harmed at all. However, while researching this disaster, I must stress just how much false info about this disaster was reported, with many outlets still incorrectly reporting a casualty count of 7 people almost a week after the events had occurred. Ultimately, it was this media scramble to report on the events before they had received accurate information that would stain the public's interest and outrage about the events that had transpired, and the story would fade into relative obscurity. The events of 1997 would ultimately go on to serve as an antithesis of sorts to the events that transpired in 1996, as the deaths in 1997 weren't as easily scrutinized and lacked many details surrounding the deceased climbers' demises. Rather, it showed that Mount Everest had never been truly conquered by man, and that attempting to reach the top of the world most certainly still carries a real, deadly danger along with it. Thank you all for watching. In every sport, even at the highest levels, there are a few once-in-a-generation athletes that have extraordinary abilities that transcend beyond the talents of their already talented peers. In traditional sports, these would be athletes such as Michael Jordan and Wayne Gretzky, athletes so talented that none could possibly deny their incredible abilities, pushing their bodies and skills to their limits every time they were called on to perform. Within the mountaineering community, there are several such figures: Sir Edmund Hillary, Reinhold Messner, Chris Bonington. But in the mountaineering world, there are no standardized metrics to judge these talents against, like in basketball or hockey, and so it is up to each climber to forge a legacy and reputation of their own, and the aforementioned mountaineers have all cemented their legacies as legends of the sport through vastly differing failures and successes they achieved throughout their years spent in the mountains. However, as Hillary, Messner, and Bonington were all fortunate enough to reach an old enough age where realistically summiting the most difficult and prestigious mountains was now beyond their physical capabilities, a new generation of mountaineers would take their place, and of course, some of these next generation climbers would rise above their peers and cement their legacies as the next legends of the sport. Of this new generation of legends was a Swiss climber named Uli Steck. If you're a returning viewer of the channel, you've likely heard his name, as he's been involved with the stories I've covered in several of my other videos on the channel. But like so many of the other generational legends that came before him, many members of this next generation of mountaineers would not be so lucky as to see the comforts of growing old like Hillary, Messner, and Bonington were able to. Uli Steck was born on October 4th, 1976 in the Swiss town of Longnau. Uli would begin to take an interest in mountaineering at age 12, and by the age of 16, he had honed his skills to a point where he was able to keep up with even professional mountaineers on the mountain. In 1994, at just 18 years old, Steck completed his first of many ascents to come of the north face of the Eiger. Then, he would later go on to complete a summit of the intimidating Bonatti Pillar, also located in the Alps that year. Uli's reputation within the mountaineering community would only continue to grow after these alpine ascents, and in 2004 he'd once again climb the Eiger, this time in just 25 hours. Uli would then begin to focus his attention on conquering the many mighty mountains of the Himalayas, completing the first solo ascent of the north face of Cho Lhotse and an ascent of the east face of Tabochi in 2005, a feat so impressive that he was named one of the top 3 mountaineers in Europe by Climb magazine. In 2007, Uli would once again return to the north face of the Eiger, setting a world record for the fastest ascent of the peak, completing the climb in a blistering 3 hours and 54 minutes. Later that year, he would then return to the Himalayas, attempting a solo ascent of an extremely difficult, unfinished route on Annapurna's south face, a route which I covered extensively in another video, but was badly injured by a rockfall and was forced to temporarily halt his summit hopes until the following season. However, after again lowering the record for the fastest ascent of the north face of the Eiger to 2 hours and 47 minutes the following year, he would not complete the Annapurna climb in 2008 either, as he would call off his summit bid after he had begun to have reservations about the risk of avalanches, but then would later volunteer to assist in the rescue of a group of stricken Spanish climbers that season. Uli wouldn't again return to Annapurna until 2013, when he made his third attempt at the deadly route up the south face, and successfully completed the climb in just 28 hours elapsed from the time he left base camp to the time he returned to base camp, in what many have called one of the most impressive feats in mountaineering. After this ascent, Uli's wife, Nicole, urged him to limit the number of solo ascents he made, and Uli promised her in return he would limit the number of solo climbs he attempted in the future. However, Uli, not one to rest on his laurels for long, would in 2015 return to the Alps and successfully summit all 82 4,000 meter plus peaks in the Alps in just 62 days, without the use of motorized travel. And later that year, he would again lower his own record for the fastest ascent of the north face of the Eiger to just 2 hours and 22 minutes. In 2016, Uli would again return to the Himalayas with his climbing partner, David Gottler, to attempt a climb of Shishapangma with the intent of a ski descent when they came across the body of the well-known mountaineer Alex Lowe, and his death is also a topic which I have covered more extensively in another video. In the spring of 2017, Uli would again return to the Himalayas for yet another challenging and groundbreaking climb. This time, he planned to make another ascent of Mount Everest without the use of supplemental oxygen, then would traverse the ridge to Lhotse and summit that as well. He was accompanied on this expedition by his climbing partner, a 26-year-old man named Tenji Sherpa. The duo established their base camp and had begun the process of acclimatization, a crucial step for mountaineers climbing at such high elevations, but especially crucial for climbers attempting to summit alpine style, a style of mountaineering where rather than establishing camps expedition style and hauling loads of gear up to them, The climbers only establish bare-bones camps on the mountain and haul only the necessary equipment on their person and attempt to reach the summit and return to base camp as quickly as possible. This crucial acclimatization period would not go without its hitches, however, as on April 16th, Tenji Sherpa would be forced to remain at base camp after suffering from frostbite. Despite having his climbing partner sidelined by his injuries, Uli continued his acclimatization process, and on the evening of April 29th at 5 p.m., he had reached their site for Camp 2 and had begun to settle in for the night. He then sent Tenji Sherpa a text message. The text message stated that Uli intended to summit a nearby smaller peak, Nuptse, as an acclimatization exercise the following day. Tenji immediately responded to the text message, replying by asking, "Are you going to climb alone or with friends?" Tenji would not receive a response from Uli that evening and would shrug it off. The following morning, Uli set out on his planned ascent of Nuptse alone and was spotted by a Nepalese guide at an elevation of approximately 23,000 feet. Shortly after spotting him, he heard a noise and looked back and saw that the figure was no longer visible on the mountainside. The guide who had spotted Uli on the mountain and another guide decided to go have a closer look, fearing that perhaps he could have fallen. And at 9:34 a.m., their fears were indeed confirmed, as they found Uli's lifeless body approximately 1,000 meters below where the guide had spotted him on the mountain. Upon inspecting his remains, they found that he was without a helmet, harness, gloves, or trekking poles, which were likely flung from his body as he careened down the mountainside. Uli's body was then recovered by the guides and Tenji Sherpa, and then transported to Kathmandu, where a large memorial service was held for him. Uli Steck will always be remembered as a legend in the sport of mountaineering, as his talent was a beacon that shined among the brightest in the sport. His accomplishments and incredible legacy will certainly be remembered for decades to come, and his tragic end will serve as a reminder to all mountaineers that even the most meticulous and gifted climbers can lose their lives in just a few seconds to the ferocity of Mother Nature's mountains. Thank you all for watching. Amongst the many towering peaks of the Nepalese Himalayas stands a magnificent mountain known as Cho Oyu. It is the 6th tallest mountain in the world, with its summit reaching an altitude of 8,188 meters, making it one of only 14 8,000 meter peaks in the entire world as well. These so-called 8,000ers are extremely popular with mountaineers, as scaling one of these great peaks holds a certain prestige, and ascending any one of them is no easy task. Cho Oyu is widely considered to be the easiest of the 8,000ers to climb, with a fairly moderate slope and a straightforward route to the summit. And because of this, it is extremely popular for guided expeditions, with Cho Oyu being the second most climbed 8,000er behind only Mount Everest. And while it may have the reputation as the easiest of the 8,000ers, the mountain still holds many dangers to eager mountaineers hoping to reach its summit. On April 15th, 2000, a small expedition party arrived at the advanced northwest base camp at Cho Oyu. The party of 9 was a mix of Finns and Russians, with the Russians leading the expedition as they were the most experienced mountaineers of the group. They planned to climb the typical route up the northwest face of the mountain, with 3 camps along the way, at 6,400 meters, 7,000 meters, and 7,400 meters. They joined 2 other expedition parties, a Korean team and an Iranian team at Advanced Base Camp, and seeing that the other teams had already begun to set the routes for their own summit bids, the group of 9 got straight to making their way up the mountain and establishing their camps, along with acclimatizing to the altitude. By April 17th, the expedition had reached Camp 1, and the climbers began hauling gear from Advanced Base Camp to Camp 1, as the Sherpas from the Korean and Iranian expeditions worked on setting the line between Camp 1 and Camp 2. However, their progress was halted on April 20th as the weather had fouled and the party descended back to base camp to wait out the blizzard and get some rest. On April 21st, the weather had cleared a bit, and so the group planned to bring more supplies to Camp 1, and if the weather remained good, make a push for Camp 2. Between Camp 1 and Camp 2 is an icefall requiring climbers to navigate their way up the icefall and across a 200-meter long slick ice sheet in order to reach Camp 2. By this point, several of the climbers had begun to experience altitude sickness, so the group decided to take the next few days to rest and acclimatize. This well-needed rest had reinvigorated the party, and by April 27th, they had reached Camp 2 and began hauling up supplies and planning their push up to the final camp, Camp 3, at 7,400 meters, while they took the next few days to rest. On May 2nd, the three most experienced Russian climbers of the group reached Camp 3 and set up their tents, but were quickly repelled by the worsening weather, and they recalled the strong winds nearly whisking them off the ground as they descended back to base camp. The foul weather seemed to clear soon after, however, and so, with this new weather window opening up, the rest of the group decided to make a push for Camp 3, and if the weather held, perhaps even the summit. This push was led by the remaining Russian man, a 38-year-old man named Pavel Bonatysenko, who had not joined the other Russians in their previous push to Camp 3 due to altitude sickness. The Finnish side of the expedition's team leader, a 50-year-old man named Jorma Alonen, along with a 25-year-old woman named Noora Toivonen, followed close behind Pavel and united with him at Camp 3 on the evening of May 4th. On the morning of May 5th, the weather was clear, and Pavel and Noora, feeling fresh and energetic, decided to take the opportunity to make a push for the summit. Jorma did not join them as he was exhausted and decided to get some sleep instead. And while the sun was shining that morning, it was still bitterly cold, reaching temperatures around -40 degrees as the wind lashed the climbers. And so at 5:30 a.m., the duo set off and began to make their way up the final stretch of the route and to the summit, a trip that was estimated to take around 10 to 12 hours, with the pair expecting to arrive back at Camp 3 before sundown. At around 12:15 p.m., base camp established radio contact with Noora to check in how the pair were faring in their bid for the summit. Noora replied, "It's really cold if you stop. Otherwise, it's just fine." Base camp informed the pair that the weather was beginning to sour again as a storm approached and emphasized that if they wanted to reach the summit that day, they would need to hurry. Approximately an hour after making radio contact with Noora, observers at base camp spotted Pavel and Noora near the top, but still an estimated 90 minutes from reaching the foot of the summit plateau, and nearly 2 hours from reaching the true summit after ascending further across a long, open, snowy plateau several hundred meters long. This put them far behind their intended schedule, as according to their plans, they should have reached the top around the time that they made radio contact with base camp. They soon lost sight of the pair again, and the foul weather system began to rapidly approach the slopes of Cho-Oyu, and by 5 p.m., the storm had engulfed the entire upper half of the mountain. Back at Camp 3, Jorma began to worry about the pair, as he expected they would have returned by this point, and the weather had devolved into an intense blizzard, with the violent winds lashing against his tent back at camp. As the minutes passed, the rest of the group became increasingly concerned about Noora and Pavel, and just as they were beginning to fear the worst, at approximately 7 p.m., their radios crackled to life. It was Noora on the other end. "Does anyone hear?" she said, as she was cut off mid-sentence by a loud static crackle. They frantically tried to re-establish radio contact, but they were never able to reach the pair again. Jorma continued flashing his headlamp into the darkness outside his tent throughout the night, hoping to be a beacon for the lost climbers to head towards. But after not hearing or seeing from Noora or Pavel again on May 6th, the expedition knew that the pair surely would have died by now, as with the freezing cold conditions on the mountain, and at such an altitude, it was almost impossible that they could still be alive at this point. The foul weather continued for the next few days, as the group deliberated what they should do next. The weather finally cleared up again on May 8th, and the Russian trio that had been resting at base camp during the fateful summit bid decided to make their own push for the summit and look for any evidence of Noora or Pavel along the way, as it was unknown exactly what had befallen them. On May 10th, a small memorial service was held for the pair at base camp. On the 11th, The Korean team reached the summit and reported that they had found footsteps leading from the true summit to the southern side of the summit, where they then lost the trail. The other 3 members of the expedition did complete their ascent to the summit successfully, but did not find any evidence of Pavel or Noura along the way. After the disaster, an investigation found that the pair had likely become lost in the whiteout conditions at the summit, and it seemed that they had wandered off the southern edge of the summit and tumbled down the steep rock face below into Nepal. The investigation found that the climbers were likely behind schedule that day due to not taking the proper time to acclimatize, and they seemed to have pushed themselves too far, too quickly. The duo had not been using supplemental oxygen, and at such altitudes, even small distances become extremely difficult to cover, as the body struggles to supply enough oxygen to sustain the climber. At around 8,000 meters, the oxygen pressure in the air becomes so low that even acclimatized and resting humans cannot sustain their bodies for more than a few days at best. This lower oxygen level also impairs climbers, as above 8,000 meters, the lack of oxygen causes many climbers to make poor, rash decisions, and it impairs motor skills and even causes vivid hallucinations. It was very likely that this impairment played a part in the deaths of Noura Toivonen and Pavel Bonitysyenko as well. The more experienced Russian climbers that had led the expedition noted that the Finns and Pavel had decided to deviate from their planned descent plan on their own, and since everyone had paid quite a lot of their own money to join the expedition, it was widely accepted that it was ultimately up to each individual's own discretion whether they decided to attempt to reach the summit or not. The Russian climbers maintained that if the group had followed them as they had planned, and not rushed to the top with summit fever during such a volatile weather window, that this disaster likely could have been avoided entirely. Thank you all for watching. Kangchenjunga is a colossal mountain towering prominently above the other great Himalayan peaks that surround it. Located in a remote area partially in Nepal and partially in India, with its peak reaching an altitude of 8,586 meters, it is the 3rd tallest mountain in the world, behind only Mount Everest and K2. In the Sikkim state of northern India, the mountain has been worshipped by locals for centuries and is considered to be a holy landmark. And after the first ascent of the mountain in 1955, mountaineers would be forbidden from climbing the mountain from the Indian side until it was reopened for expeditions by the Indian government in 2021, a decision which has been met with much backlash from the local people. Kangchenjunga has also earned a fearsome reputation with mountaineers over the years, as its craggy slopes have claimed the lives of many climbers, with Kangchenjunga sporting the 3rd highest fatality rate of the Himalayan 8,000-meter peaks, behind only Annapurna and K2 respectively. Due to this deadly notoriety, its technical difficulty, and its remote location, most mountaineers that dare to attempt to ascend its fearsome slopes are highly experienced and motivated mountaineers with previous Himalayan climbing experience. But even the most experienced of mountaineers must respect the numerous hazards that come with attempting to scale such a behemoth of a mountain. As I mentioned in my video about Cho Oyu, there are only 14 mountains in the entire world standing at least 8,000 meters tall, which are commonly referred to as 8,000ers. Climbing just one of these 8,000ers holds a certain prestige within the mountaineering community, as scaling any mountain of that size is no easy task, and is most certainly a noteworthy accomplishment. As such, climbing not just one, but all 14 of the 8,000ers is one of the loftiest and most difficult accomplishments to achieve in mountaineering, an accomplishment so difficult that many of the best mountaineers in the world have attempted the feat, but less than 100 people have been able to successfully accomplish this goal. In 1995, only 2 people had successfully accomplished the feat of climbing all 14 8,000-meter peaks, but by that autumn, it was clear that there would soon be at least another member of that prestigious club. At the beginning of the 1995 Himalayan climbing season, 2 esteemed mountaineers, the Swiss climber Erhard Loretan and French climber Benoit Chamoux, were both looking to become the third person to climb all 14 8,000ers, and as that climbing season progressed, the men had begun to develop a rivalry, and by September, both men had summited 13 of the 14 8,000ers, with Kangchenjunga standing as the final barrier between both men and their lofty goals. By September 20th, both the Swiss and French expeditions had begun their treks towards base camp, and by October 3rd, both expeditions had reached base camp and both teams hastily prepared to ascend from the Nepalese side in what would surely be a close competition to reach the summit first. By the night of October 4th, both teams had rapidly ascended to Camp 4 at 7,800 meters and were prepared to make a bid for the summit early the next morning. At around 2 a.m. on October 5th, Erhard Loreton and his climbing partner Jean Troyer left Camp 4 and began to head for the summit, with the French team departing Camp 4 not long after. The French summit team, consisting of Benoit Chamoux, his photographer Pierre Royer, who had climbed 9 of the 14 8,000ers, along with a Sherpa named Riku, quickly found themselves trailing behind Loreton and Troyer, as the Swiss team was clearly moving at a far quicker pace than the French team, as Loreton and Troyer seemed to be in better physical shape and had more time to rest before their summit attempt when compared to their French counterparts. Despite this, the French team plodded their way up the mountain and towards the summit. The extreme altitude had begun to take a toll on Benoit, Pierre, and Riku, and progress throughout the morning was slow. Later that morning, as Riku Sherpa sat down to rest for a moment, he quickly found himself beginning to slide, and he subsequently failed to self-arrest his slide and careened down the side of the mountain to his death. Despite witnessing this undoubtedly jarring, sudden, and tragic death, Benoit and Pierre ultimately decided to continue their ascent to the summit. In the early afternoon, Erhard Loreton and Jean Troyer reached the summit of Kangchenjunga, making Loreton the third mountaineer to reach the summit of all 14 8,000-meter peaks, and the second to do so without supplemental oxygen. Later that afternoon, at about 4 p.m. at an altitude of 8,400 meters, Loreton and Troyer came across Chamoux and Royer, noting that they looked extremely tired, but the French duo stated that they were still intending to summit that day. The Swiss duo wished them luck and continued their descent. At around 5:30 p.m. that evening, the French team at base camp received a radio transmission from Benoit Chamoux, where he stated that he and Pierre Royer had parted ways, as Royer had become concerned with how late in the day it had become and had turned back towards Camp 4, while Benoit said that he still intended to continue pushing for the summit alone. At 6:15 p.m., Benoit radioed base camp again, stating that he was abandoning his summit attempt, as the winds had begun to pick up, and by this point the daylight was beginning to dwindle. However, this would be the last time that evening they would hear from Benoit, as he fell silent as a storm battered the upper slopes of Kangchenjunga. As the hours passed, both teams began to fear the worst for Benoit and Pierre, as Pierre had not been seen or heard from since the time he parted ways with Benoit. Hopes were low that either would survive the night in the high winds, freezing temperatures, and with the snowfall, without any emergency equipment for bivouac. By the morning of the 6th, almost all hope for either's survival was lost, but around 6 a.m., the radios once again crackled to life. Benoit was on the other end. He said faintly, "Where is Pierre?" After receiving this radio call, Chamoux was quickly spotted by the Swiss team through a telescope, sheltering himself from the winds behind a rocky ridge. Benoit maintained radio contact for a while and asked Loreton for directions from his current position to the call, so that he could find his way back down to Camp 4, and Loreton relayed his directions to Chamoux, offering words of encouragement, along with suggesting that he should warm himself by walking in the sunlight. They continued to watch Benoit make his way towards the call, and described his movement as slow and labored. He would take 10 steps, and then sit for a long time, said Loreton. After a while, they lost sight of Benoit as he disappeared behind a ridge. Neither Benoit Chamoux nor Pierre Royer would ever be seen or heard from again. By the evening of the 6th, the weather had begun to sour again, and any hope of their survival was essentially extinguished, and as the days carried on, they knew that when the weather did improve, they'd be searching for bodies rather than survivors. A week later, an Italian expedition searched for any traces of Benoit and Pierre, and found Benoit's radio set atop a rock, still on, but no other traces of Benoit or Pierre. Furthermore, several planes and helicopters were dispatched to search for any sign of them, but they were unsuccessful in their endeavors. In the immediate aftermath of the incident, Benoit and Pierre were heavily scrutinized by the greater mountaineering community for their decision to continue their journey to the summit after the death of Riku Sherpa, as they were clearly well behind the Swiss and well behind their intended schedule, and with the death of one of their summit team, most saw this decision as not only reckless, but disrespectful to their fallen comrade. Other members of the French expedition speculated that Chamoux and Royer may have made the decision to continue due to the pressure that both felt to reach the top, with their poor decision-making being bolstered by the fact that they were above 8,000 meters, otherwise known as the death zone, where oxygen pressure in the air is so low that humans cannot sustain their bodily functions even when resting for more than a few days at such great altitude. The lack of oxygen is also notorious for inhibiting decision-making capabilities, and many mountaineers have made uncharacteristically bad decisions, often fatally, while in the death zone. The French expedition members recalled Pierre Royer having several discussions while ascending with his sponsor, the French technology company Bull, and Royer had felt pressure to reach the top as quickly as possible, and it was also likely that he felt much pressure from Benoit Chamoux. Chamoux, on the other hand, had been pressured to reach the top by his rivalry with Loreton, and members of the French expedition noted that Chamoux had become obsessed with reaching the summit, referring to it as "my sweet 14. It was assumed that he was so overcome by summit fever that against all good sense, he stubbornly continued on towards the summit with Royer late into the afternoon, knowing that they'd have to descend from the summit in complete darkness and without bivouac equipment. Despite the labored progress and Royer's growing objections, which ultimately led to Royer parting ways with him, Chamoux was so blinded by his hopes of reaching the summit that by the time he did finally abandon his summit attempt, he had put himself in a very dangerous predicament. It was perhaps through his experience as a mountaineer, or perhaps through sheer willpower alone, that Chamoux managed to make it through the night. But after a night in the death zone withstanding freezing temperatures, and with his body thoroughly exhausted from the climb the day before, it's likely that he simply collapsed from exhaustion or made a mistake while descending and fell to his death after crossing out of sight on the ridge. It's unknown exactly where Pierre Royer ended up after parting ways with Chamoux, but it's likely that he became lost and slipped, or simply froze to death overnight and was covered by snow and swept away in an avalanche. In wake of the incident, Benoit Chamoux's family established a charity known as the Benoit Chamoux Foundation, which raises money and helps educate Nepalese children that have lost their fathers in mountaineering accidents. Thank you all for watching. Shishapangma is one of the great Himalayan peaks and is the 14th tallest mountain in the world. Standing at a height of 8,027 meters at its true summit, it is one of the least frequented 8,000 meter peaks by mountaineers. Much like another one of the 8,000ers I covered in one of my previous videos, Manaslu, many of Shishapangma's claimed summits have been contested, as only 165 summit claims have been verified to have actually reached the mountain's true summit rather than the lower summit, as reaching the mountain's true summit requires crossing a precarious, thin ridge which can take upwards of an hour to navigate across. The first verified summit of Shishapangma was completed in 1964 by a Chinese-led expedition which reached the summit on May the 2nd, making it the last of the 14 8,000 meter peaks in the world to be successfully summited. The reason for this relatively late first ascent had less to do with its technical difficulty and more to do with its location, as it is the only one of the Himalayan 8,000 meter peaks that is located entirely in China, who did not allow foreign mountaineers access to the mountain due to the ongoing political turmoil in Tibet, a topic which I covered more in depth in my video about Nongpa law if you'd like to know more about it. When compared to the other 8,000-meter Himalayan peaks, Shishapangma has relatively gentle slopes, which give it a reputation as one of the easier 8,000ers, but its less steeply inclined slopes create ideal conditions for fearsome, massive, sweeping avalanches that crash down the mountain's faces regularly. In the late Himalayan climbing season of 1999, a group of seasoned mountaineers and skiers set out for Shishapangma with the intention of summiting the peak and then skiing their way down afterwards. This expedition group was assembled in order to create a movie about their endeavor. The film's expedition team of 9 included skiers and Himalayan novices Hans Sari and Chris Erickson, a high-altitude cameraman named David Bridges, and 2 high-caliber mountaineers, Alex Lowe and Conrad Anker. The team departed from Kathmandu in early September and had established their base camp by the beginning of October. After they had established their base camp, the group then began the process of acclimatization, resting at base camp and making short trips to the mountain slopes to establish their climbing route and scout out their planned ski lines. On the morning of October 5th, 1999, the members of the team split into 2 groups for the day's acclimatization activities. Alex Lowe, Conrad Anker, and David Bridges, the most experienced mountaineers of the expedition, would be breaking the trail to the summit, exploring their planned route, while the skiers would scout out and theorize about their planned descent route, opting to make their way from base camp to the snow line in order to get a closer look. Later that day, in the early afternoon, the skiers spotted the trio of Anker, Lowe, and Bridges making their way across a crevasse field and towards the skiers across the large, gently sloped glacier. Suddenly, the loud and ominous crack of an avalanche rang out through the air from above. Both the trio of climbers on the glacier and the group of skiers below them quickly spotted the avalanche, which was a small slide caused by a small cornice that broke from an upper ridge. The trio on the glacier watched the avalanche for a few moments, seemingly deliberating whether or not they would need to take evasive action or whether the small slide would peter out before reaching them. However, the avalanche continued to make its way downwards and began to cascade over several cliff bands, which rapidly intensified the avalanche's size and might. After witnessing this sudden escalation, Lowe, Bridges, and Anker began to scramble to avoid being swept up by the now massive avalanche, but were unsuccessful in their endeavor, and after sweeping up the trio on the glacier, the avalanche continued to thunder down the slope, sweeping up the group of skiers that were doing their route reconnaissance. The skiers, caught in the tail end of the slide, emerged from the debris soon after the snow had settled, and expeditiously made their way to higher ground in order to search for any sign of the trio. Soon, they spotted a figure making their way across what had been a crevasse field, which now had been completely covered by the avalanche, and one of the skiers, a man named Andrew McLean, made his way towards the figure, who turned out to be Conrad Anker. Anker told McLean, "They're gone. Alex and David are gone." Since none of the trio on the glacier had been wearing avalanche locator beacons, the rest of the team scoured the debris field throughout the rest of the afternoon, but were met with no success in locating neither Alex Lowe nor David Bridges, and were forced to halt their search until the following morning after they had run out of daylight. By the following morning, hopes were running low, as it was extremely likely that neither of the men had survived the night. Regardless, a search team was formed to find the missing men and began to comb the debris of the avalanche, searching for any trace of them. However, after nearly a week of searching the debris field, the search for the men's bodies was called off, and the planned film and ascent of the mountain were abandoned by the devastated surviving members of the expedition team. In the aftermath of the incident, the expedition team was criticized for their seemingly lax safety procedures, as had the men been carrying an avalanche locator beacon, they could have been much more easily located. However, the expedition team members refuted this criticism by pointing out that the trio were on a very gently sloped glacier and seemingly at minimal risk of being hit by an avalanche, which the three men, who were all highly experienced mountaineers, were clearly aware of. Ultimately, however, the fault of their untimely demise could not be placed with any one person or entity, as avalanches are a constant and often arbitrary inherent risk that mountaineers must brave to reach their goal of summiting. In memory of the fallen climbers, a memorial to the men was erected at the Shishapangma Southwest Base Camp. In the years following the disaster, the surviving member of the trio from the glacier, Conrad Anker, has become well known and respected throughout the mountaineering community and has earned a reputation for his cautious approach for summiting mountains, having learned from the painful lessons that took the lives of his friends that fateful October afternoon. Anker, who was stricken with grief following the expedition, formed a bond with Alex Lowe's widow, and the pair were married in 2001. And Anker took the role as a father figure to Lowe's three sons. Later, Lowe's widow and Conrad Anker started a charity bearing his name in his honor, the Alex Lowe Charitable Foundation. I'll leave a link to their website in the video's description if you'd like to know more about that. In early May of 2016, the renowned Swiss mountaineer Uli Steck, a name you might recognize if you're familiar with mountaineering or have watched my Annapurna video, and his climbing partner, David Gottler, were acclimatizing to the altitude in preparation for their upcoming Shishapangma summit bid, weaving their way through the crevasse field on the glacier, when they just so happened to cross the remains of Alex Lowe, peeking out from the glacier's melting ice, with his body having been well preserved enough from the freezing temperatures that he was still recognizable more than 16 years after being swept up by the avalanche. Following this discovery, Lowe's body was recovered from the glacier, and his family was able to give him a proper burial, a relatively rare occasion for those who have lost loved ones to the wrath of the mountains. David Bridges' body has never been recovered. Thank you all for watching. Dhaulagiri is a fearsome, imposing mountain located in the Himalayas in west-central Nepal. Standing at a height of 8,167 meters at its summit, it is the 7th highest mountain in the world and one of only 14 mountains on the planet reaching an altitude of over 8,000 meters. Dhaulagiri is also notably the highest mountain in the world within the borders of a single country, as the 6 mountains taller than it are all sluiced by borderlines. Dhaulagiri is renowned for its fearsome, awe-inspiring slopes, as the peak is home to some of the world's steepest terrain, notably the Kaligandaki Gorge, which splits Dhaulagiri on its southeast side from the Annapurna Range, is considered to be the world's deepest gorge if one measures the summits of the peaks on each side from the height of the riverbed itself. The steep slopes, while obviously serving as a falling hazard to summit hopefuls, also are frequently home to massive avalanches that unrelentingly sweep enormous amounts of snow and debris to its feet regularly. However, despite these hazards, much like Cho Oyu and Manaslu, which I covered in other videos on the channel previously, Dhaulagiri is considered to be one of the easier 8,000 meter peaks to climb, and its relatively convenient location, just roughly 50 miles outside the city of Kathmandu, makes Dhaulagiri a fairly popular summit for mountaineers seeking to add to their Himalayan and 8,000er climbing experience. However, much like any of the 8,000-meter peaks, a high level of preparation, along with a strong physical and mental fortitude, are necessities for any summit hopefuls that wish to reach the top and return home with their lives intact. Dhaulagiri was first summited on May 13, 1960, by a Swiss-Austrian expedition party that managed to reach the summit via the northeast ridge of the mountain, which would go on to become the standard route of ascent for most mountaineers that simply sought to summit the mountain without extra added challenge. However, the steep eastern and southeastern faces of the mountain would prove to be a draw to more seasoned, skilled, and challenge-hungry mountaineers that sought to conquer the mountain from its more foreboding faces. However, the mountain's most imposing face, the south face, features a dramatic, concave face that quickly drops off over 4,000 meters in altitude, and it is lined with huge, frequently fracturing seracs. Furthermore, the south face also features a 300-meter band of very dangerous loose rocks at approximately 7,000 meters altitude, and as of the making of this video, a successful ascent has not been made entirely on the south face, although an ascent of the south face up to the rock band at 7,000 meters was completed in 1999, and thus a successful complete ascent of the south face is one of mountaineering's few remaining holy grail climbs. Fun fact, in the original version of this video, this part of the video contained a quote-unquote sponsored segment for NordVPN. But excuse my French here, but fuck NordVPN. They never paid me for both sponsored segments I did for them, and after nearly 3 years of being bounced bureaucratically from department to department, jumping through countless hoops across numerous lengthy email threads just to hit dead end after dead end, so consistently that it would make even the IRS blush. And though I've even left the segments in both videos even up until now as a show of good faith, despite long since fulfilling my part of our contract, probably just because I'm delusional and have told myself, oh, they're not deliberately blowing me off. But after 3 years at this point, you gotta accept reality at some point. There's absolutely no way they're getting a third one for free in this video too, come on now. It's not like it's a huge amount either. But I honestly don't understand how NordVPN sponsorships are so prevalent across YouTube, even up to now, as they've been a total nightmare for me to work with over and over and over again. And the company's support that they love to tout so much is just absolutely awful. And if this is how they treat people meant to promote their brand, I can only imagine how they would treat an average customer's questions, concerns, or other discrepancies. I'd actively encourage you all not to give any of your money to NordVPN and find one of the many quality alternatives to their service instead. Actually, I technically lost money because I had to buy a Netflix subscription because they insisted that I mention it specifically. Anyways, I could definitely go full crash out mode, my full thoughts on things, but nobody really cares, so, don't forget to use code MorbidMidnight at checkout. Then close your browser and don't spend your money with this terrible company. Anyways, let's get back to those 8,000ers. In October of 2001, the autumn climbing season on Dhaulagiri was in full swing as several expeditions sought to reach the summit before the brutal Himalayan wintertime rolled in. One of these expeditions was a Spanish expedition team, which was attempting the standard northeast ridge route to the summit. By the morning of October 12th, the Spanish team had made solid progress up the mountain and were poised to reach the summit later that day. As they were pushing for the summit along the steep summit ridge, one member of the team, a man named Jose Antonio Garces, who was an experienced mountaineer who had just come off a successful summit of K2 over the summertime, slipped. He was unable to arrest his fall on the steep summit ridge and fell to his death from an altitude of approximately 8,050 meters. As his body had tumbled down the steep ridge to a dangerous, rather inaccessible area of the mountain, no attempt to recover it was made. Jose Antonio Garces would mark the first fatality of several more yet to come in the following few days. Another expedition team with summit ambitions that season was a Japanese expedition team that had split into two groups. The first group would be attempting the much more formidable and challenging east face of the mountain. The eastern face team consisted of 4 men named Hideji Nazuka, Masashi Fukumoto, Ryushi Hoshino, and Yukihiko Shinagawa. All 4 men were highly skilled and experienced mountaineers, with Nazuka having summited 9 of the 14 8,000ers and completed the first winter ascent of the southwest face of Mount Everest. However, a wrench was thrown in the original plan when, while acclimatizing on the northeast ridge, Nazuka decided to forego the original eastern face attempt and decided to instead make a solo push for the summit from there. Nazuka summited Dalugiri on October 11th and immediately descended and left the mountain behind. And thus, on the morning of October 12th, the second team watched the remaining trio of men in the eastern face team depart from their base camp, carrying with them enough supplies to last them approximately 3 days. Progress up the massive, looming eastern face was slow, and the team at base camp observed the trio bivvy for the night. The next morning, the trio again were observed making slow progress up the face, and by that evening, the evening of October 13th, they were again observed bivvying for the night. On the morning of October 14th, the 3 climbers were again observed making extremely slow and labored progress up the mountain, and as one of the second team's members noted of the trio on the eastern face, quote, "They were moving very slowly, were very tired, and not in good condition," he said. At approximately 10 a.m., the team at base camp received a radio transmission from the trio that relayed that they were at an approximate altitude of just 6,400 to 6,500 meters. The trio simply had to make it to an altitude of 7,500 meters, where the second team had set and stocked a camp with supplies there for them. However, following this radio transmission, the East Face trio would never be seen or heard from again. On October 16th, the second team departed base camp for Kathmandu in order to send for rescue helicopters after hearing nothing from the missing men for 2 days. It took 8 days for a rescue and helicopter to be organized, and on October 24th, a search for the trio was conducted via helicopter. However, they were unable to find any trace of the missing mountaineers from the air. However, the rescue team did note that there was no sign of any avalanches, the most common killer on Dalugiri. Despite further combing the mountainside for any traces of them from the air, they were unable to spot any further evidence of the stricken climbers' fates. Following this disaster, their manner of death was speculated upon, as their fate would likely remain a mystery, as so many of the disappearances in the sport of mountaineering often do. A member of the second team in the Japanese expedition theorized that since there was no evidence of any avalanches on the east face, the only logical explanation for their deaths was that the exhausted climbers had probably made a mistake and fallen down the steep eastern face to their deaths. In the wake of their deaths, all 3 climbers, who were experienced and respected mountaineers within the Japanese mountaineering community, were mourned by many after their passing. What exactly transpired on Dalugiri's slopes that fateful day, October 14th, 2001, that ultimately led to the men's deaths, still remains a mystery to this day. Thank you all for watching. Of the many massive mountains throughout the world, perhaps the most infamous of them all is the mighty K2. Standing at a height of 8,611 meters at its summit, it is the second tallest mountain in the world behind only Mount Everest. K2 has earned this infamous reputation for its unrelenting difficulty within the mountaineering community, earning it the moniker of the Savage Mountain, and it has consistently retained one of the highest fatality rates in the world alongside Annapurna, which I covered in a previous video, since its summit was first reached in 1954. Even for those with only a very passive interest in mountaineering, K2 is known as an extremely challenging and prestigious mountain to successfully summit. The conditions on K2 make for a brutally difficult combination of obstacles that summit hopefuls must overcome, including freezing Himalayan temperatures, extremely volatile Himalayan weather systems, extreme high altitude climbing, along with some difficult and steep technical climbing sections that must be overcome as well. Because of all these potential hazards and its infamous reputation, summiting K2 is a highly sought after accomplishment amongst mountaineers, and to many, the crown jewel summit of the sport. And because of this fearsome reputation and remote location on the border of Pakistan and China, only the most hardened, veteran mountaineers dare attempt to conquer K2's treacherous slopes, pitting their skills and experience against the mountain's many perils. And a staggering 95 mountaineers, as of the making of this video, have lost their lives whilst climbing K2. Certainly the most well-known disaster that has had extensive coverage throughout the years is the 2008 disaster that claimed the lives of 11 climbers over the course of a single day. But this would be far from the only deadly day in the mountain's dubious history. The summer K2 climbing season in 1995 would certainly prove to be an eventful one, as by late July, several expedition teams were preparing for their summit bids in the upcoming weeks. That summer, as is fairly typical for K2, the mountain was nearly constantly battered by large stretches of foul weather, and the climbers took the opportunity to acclimatize and bided their time until a favorable weather window for a summit push arose. Among the summit hopefuls that year was a woman hailing from the UK named Alison Hargraves, a well-known professional mountaineer who was just 1 month removed from a successful ascent of the North Ridge of Mount Everest without the use of supplemental oxygen. For this K2 climb, she would be joining forces with an American team led by a man named Rob Slater for an attempt at the summit following the standard route along the Abruzzi Spur. By August 6th, the team had managed to ascend to Camp 4 located at 7,850 meters and had ventured a bit further beyond Camp 4 and into the death zone at 8,000 meters. However, the team's summit dreams would be dashed by an ominous weather forecast for the next few days. After some deliberation at Camp 4, the team decided to retreat back to base camp rather than to attempt to make a push for the summit. After they had successfully retired back to base camp, most of the expedition party decided to call it quits for the season. But with a favorable weather forecast appearing on the near horizon, after 6 weeks of near non-stop storm conditions, Allison and Rob were reluctant to give up after having come so close to reaching the summit, and thus, after spending a few days waiting out the storm, deliberating further, and getting some rest, the duo ultimately decided to make another push for the summit together. On August 9th, the pair departed on their journey for the summit once again, leaving behind just a few remaining climbers at base camp who were also hoping to make a late summer season summit bid. The pair made good progress up the mountain and reached their site for Camp 3 at 7,250 meters by August 11th. But upon arriving at the campsite, the climbers realized that the camp had been completely swept away and buried by an avalanche in their absence. Thus, after an hour of searching for their gear with no success, and with few other options, the pair decided instead to make an exhausting push for Camp 4 the same day, and reached Camp 4 by the evening of the 11th. On the morning of August 12th, the weather was clear with a favorable summiting forecast predicted for at least the next day and a half or so. After such a laborious, grueling climb the previous day, Allison and Rob decided to forgo a summit attempt that day and instead spend the day resting and recuperating at Camp 4 for a summit bid the following day. Later that evening, as Rob and Allison were doing some light reconnaissance for their upcoming climb, they made contact with a Spanish expedition who had also left base camp on August 9th, but had followed the south-southeast spur route instead of the Abruzzi spur. After conversing for a bit, the Spanish expedition team agreed to work together with the climbers who would be attempting the summit from the Abruzzi spur Camp 4, and the two parties agreed to rendezvous at the infamous bottleneck the following day. And so, at 2 a.m. the following morning, on August 13th, Rob and Allison set off on what would most certainly be a long, demanding, and exhausting day of climbing as they made their final push for the summit. Rob and Allison would not be the only climbers that would be attempting to reach the summit from the Abruzzi Camp 4 that day. Among the other climbers was the son of one of Himalayan mountaineering's most respected figures, Sir Edmund Hillary, his son Peter Hillary, who was part of a 4-man Canadian-New Zealander joint expedition team alongside Bruce Grant, Jeff Lakes, and Kim Logan, who also decided to join up with Rob and Allison for their final stretch of the climb. The Abruzzi team made good progress throughout the early morning hours of the 13th, and by mid-morning they had ascended the shoulder and up to the foot of the bottleneck, a steep, sloping portion of the mountain that is shaded by a gargantuan sérac that looms ominously above. As per the agreed-upon plan with the Spanish expedition, the groups met up at the bottleneck, although the Spanish team had a bit of a head start on the English-speaking climbers, as they had set off for the summit at approximately midnight earlier that morning. Shortly before the two groups of climbers converged near the bottleneck, several of the climbers from both parties began to have second thoughts about completing the ascent, as Peter Hillary noted that some ominous-looking clouds seemed to be approaching K2 rather quickly. The cautious Hillary and 5 others decided to retreat back to the Spanish Camp 4, and then head back to the Abruzzi Camp 4, rather than to attempt to reach the summit, with the remaining climbers deciding to continue to press onwards towards the summit. Hillary later recounted what exactly made him reconsider his summit attempt. Big altostratus clouds were moving in, and a strong wind was blowing snow. I saw everyone crossing the traverse, then they disappeared in clouds, he said. Not long after parting ways with Hillary and the others, Jeff Lakes also decided against continuing his bid for the summit and turned back, heading back towards Camp 4 to join the others who had abandoned their summit bid. The remaining climbers and the Spanish expedition team would continue to work together throughout the afternoon, and with dusk rapidly approaching, at approximately 6:45 p.m., Allison Hargraves made radio contact with the Spanish Camp 4, informing them that she had just reached the summit alongside a member of the Spanish expedition team, a man named Javier Olivar, and despite the ominous clouds that had scared away Peter Hillary and the other climbers, the weather appeared to remain exceptionally clear. The man who received the radio call from Hargraves on the summit, a man from the Spanish expedition who had decided to turn back fairly earlier that morning, named Lorenzo Ortas, described the conditions he observed. The weather was good, really exceptional. They could have descended easily in the light of the full moon, he said. However, these ideal conditions near the summit would soon begin to rapidly deteriorate, as fierce 100 to 140 mile/hour winds from the north would begin to unrelentingly lash into K2's slopes as the sunlight began to fade. The first climber who would encounter these ferocious winds was Jeff Lakes, a Canadian climber from Peter Hillary's expedition who had decided to turn back and retreat to the Spanish Camp 4 at 7,950 meters, not long after Hillary and the others had done so. After taking some time to rest and warm up at the Spanish Camp 4, Lakes again set off down the mountain, and had reached a point just below the Black Pyramid, when he was blasted by the roaring winds as he sought to continue his descent through one of the more technically difficult sections of climbing on K2. However, it would be several more hours until the winds worked their way up to the higher elevations and towards the summit, building in their ferocity as the time passed. Between 8 and 9 p.m., the snowless winds had begun to unleash their full fury upon the Spanish Camp 4, and not long after the first gusts of rushing air reached them, another member from the Spanish team, who had decided to forgo the summit that day, a man named Jose Garces, realized that his tent was beginning to blow away. Fortunately, Lorenzo Ortas had also realized this and managed to hold the tent to the mountainside for just long enough for Jose to escape its confines. Jose and Lorenzo then sheltered in Lorenzo's tent, but were forced to tear a hole through it to allow the winds to pass through to avoid being swept from the mountain. Further compounding the duo's woes was the fact that due to Jose's rapid evacuation from his tent, he was unable to grab any of his gear from inside the tent, and the men were faced with the prospect of a bone-chilling night spent at an extreme altitude, while only partially sheltered, with only one sleeping bag to share between the two of them. This relative comfort would be only temporary, however, as by 11 p.m., the tent the men were sheltering in had been almost entirely eviscerated by the gale and had begun to blow away, and the men were forced to take shelter in the bases of their now blown away tents, huddling together with their single sleeping bag for warmth. But this frigid night of despair would scarcely compare to the dire situation that their three comrades and Allison Hargrave's party were to face that evening, as they were still well within the death zone and at the full mercy of the winds, as they would desperately attempt to escape exposure from the elements. Unfortunately, the precise details of how the climbers stranded on K2's slopes exactly spent this unimaginably horrific night would never come to light, as none of them would ultimately end up surviving the night. The following morning, August 14th, the winds had begun to die down, and at approximately 8 a.m., the badly frostbitten Jose Garces and Lorenzo Ortas, who had miraculously managed to weather the storm huddled together in the tent bases at the site where their Camp 4 had stood the day previously, decided to take the lulling of the storm as their opportunity to begin their descent back down the south-southeast spur to safety, as they knew that the probability that anyone who had been left exposed on the mountainside that evening had survived the night was near zero. By 4 p.m. that afternoon, the pair had reached an altitude of approximately 7,400 meters when they spotted some distinct items of clothing some distance away from them on the right-hand side of their line. Lorenzo decided to go have a closer look at the items and found a boot, which had a small hearing device attached to the inside. Lorenzo instantly recognized the device as belonging to Allison Hargraves, as she'd shown him the device and how it attached to a battery she kept inside her clothing the night the two groups had briefly met to discuss their plans for their upcoming summit assault on the evening of the 12th. Approximately 3 meters below where he found the boot, Lorenzo also found her distinct coat, which was a shade of dark purple emblazoned with a pattern of petite flowers. Inside her coat, he also found her harness, with her pyramid ascender still attached. Both items were drenched in blood. Lorenzo gazed at the gully above them for any evidence of where she had fallen from, and made out 3 distinct tracks down the rocky slope, originating from the summit ridge at a height of what he estimated to be approximately 8,500 meters, near the traverse from the summit ridge that leads down to the bottleneck. Ortas then retrieved the harness from her coat to return to her family in the UK, and proceeded to make his way a bit further down the leftmost edge of the gully. After descending a little further, he was able to make out the outline of a body resting on a flat surface, surrounded by seracs approximately 300 meters below him, as he estimated that the body was at a similar elevation to their Camp 3, which rested at 7,100 meters. The figure was wearing red clothing, and Lorenzo recalled that he had seen Allison wearing red clothing beneath her outer coat, and was now convinced that he was peering down at the body of Allison below him. He continued to peer down the gully for a short while, searching for any trace of his fellow Spaniards that had been accompanying Allison when she had called him to announce that they'd reached the summit. After discussing his findings with Jose, the duo continued their descent, deciding to forgo the sparsely supplied Camp 3 and descend all the way back to their Camp 2, which they reached at approximately 10 p.m. that evening. The following morning, the 15th, at approximately 8 a.m., the duo made radio contact with the remaining expedition party members over on the Abruzzi route to report their findings and exchange information about the events that had transpired over the previous few days. However, it was on this radio call that they would learn that the storm had claimed yet another life. Jeff Lakes, who was the first of the mountaineers to be struck by the storm on August 12th as he approached a treacherous technical climbing section below the Black Diamond, somehow managed to make his way down the climbing section, and as he was now also suffering from altitude sickness at this point, he had decided to continue to descend further towards Camp 2 at 6,600 meters, and after a grueling 30-hour descent in the freezing, exposed conditions, alone, Jeff stumbled into Camp 2 on the 14th in extremely poor condition, where he was ushered into a nearby tent by one of his teammates from the Canadian New Zealander expedition. Despite surviving being exposed to the elements for so long, the storm's lashing, along with his altitude sickness, proved to be too much for his body to handle, and in the early morning hours of August 15th, Jeff Lakes succumbed to his injuries. In wake of the disaster, there were many questions that would remain unanswered about exactly how the missing climbers had met their end that fateful August evening. Peter Hillary and the others that had forfeited their summit bids that day were reaffirmed in their decision to do so, as Hillary would later recount of his decision. 10 minutes later, I had made up my mind. I tried to logically assess the situation, but in my altitude-debilitated condition, nothing seemed clear-cut, and with the others continuing above, I wondered if they knew something I didn't. After all, going up meant you had a chance of reaching the summit of K2, whereas going back down was failure. A little voice spoke softly and clearly within me. Sometimes it whispers and is too often ignored. However, that intuitive part of our intellect is remarkable in its capacity to assess an overall feeling for situations, predicaments, and relationships. My intuition said go down. Go down now, he said. The Spanish expedition team survivors, however, questioned whether their comrades had been overcome by summit fever that day, or whether they had just been struck by an arbitrarily powerful snowless windstorm, the type of windstorm that typically clears the summit of the snowy haze that often surrounds it and creates ideal climbing conditions on the mountain. The Pakistani officials, however, levied more pointed criticisms at the mountaineers, with Officer Fawad Khan, a liaison between the rescue party and the National Army, stating that he had expressly warned Alison Hargraves that another attempt to summit that season would be suicidal before she and Rob Slater had departed base camp on August 9th. Ultimately, however, this vicious windstorm that claimed the lives of 7 people in August of 1995 would be yet another deadly chapter in the history of the Savage Mountain, K2. Thank you all for watching. Tom Ballard was born on October 16, 1988, in Derbyshire, England. If one is inclined to believe in fate, it seemed that, even before his birth, Tom would be destined to become a mountaineer, as both of his parents were avid mountaineers as well. His mother was a woman named Alison Hargraves, a renowned professional mountaineer from the UK, who, while 6 months pregnant with Tom, climbed the notoriously difficult and deadly north face of the Eiger. After giving birth to Tom and his sister Kate, Alison would soon after rise to celebrity status after becoming the first woman to summit Mount Everest alone, without any assistance from Sherpas, also while without using supplemental oxygen. Tom's father, Jim Ballard, was also a mountaineer. However, he did not garner the same level of celebrity as Alison did. As a young child, Tom and his sister Kate were present for many of their mother's interviews, becoming familiar with the sport of mountaineering very early in their lives. However, in the year 1995, at the young age of just 6 years old, Tom would be forced to come to terms with the less glorious and more brutal side of his parents' passion for mountaineering, as his mother, Alison Hargraves, perished while attempting to summit K2, a topic that I made an entire video about if you're curious and would like to check that out. 6 months after Alison's death, Jim brought Tom and Kate on a trek to K2's base camp to see their mother's final resting place to help them reconcile with her death. In the years following, Tom and Kate would naturally also follow in their parents' footsteps. However, Tom continued to rapidly grow his climbing skills from the abundance of raw talent that he possessed and the pure drive to improve, and soon began to surpass his sister's skills. By age 16, Tom had begun to see climbing as a spiritual experience, and Tom spent nearly all of his free time outdoors, usually alone, bouldering and free soloing 80 to 90 foot rock walls regularly. Jim saw his son's drive for improvement and would regularly train with Tom to help him improve his skills, and described their intense training sessions. Quote, "We trained like it was the Olympics," he said. In 2009, at the age of 20, Tom began to cement his own personal mountaineering legacy after creating a new rock climbing route up the Eiger that he named the 7 Pillars of Wisdom, following this up by completing a winter ascent of the mountain a few months later in 2010. Over the next few years, Tom continued to blaze trails, finding and completing several new and difficult routes in the Alps, in preparation for his next ambitious mountaineering project that he would begin in December of 2014, a solo winter ascent of the 6 major alpine north faces: Petit Dru, the Matterhorn, the Eiger, Pisbadil, Grandes Jurases, and Cima Grande di Lavaredo. These difficult ascents meteored Tom into the global spotlight, garnering him an audience online and sponsors, allowing him to truly live as a professional mountaineer. Tom and his father Jim soon after relocated to Val di Fossa in the Dolomites in Italy. In 2016, Tom would further showcase his climbing brilliance, establishing several new routes in the Alps, including a new difficult route on the north face of the Eiger he named Titanic. However, arguably, his most impressive achievement in 2016 was creating what was, at the time, the world's hardest dry tooling route, which he named A Line Above the Sky. Dry tooling, for those of you that are unaware, is the act of using ice axes while climbing on rock rather than ice, a difficult and precise skill to master. In 2017, he attempted to climb the, at the time, still unclimbed peak Linksar, which is located in a remote region of the Karakoram Range, between K6 and K7. Tom attempted this climb with an Italian climber named Daniela Nardi, and while the duo were unable to reach the summit, they formed a bond while climbing, as both climbers were climbers that liked to push their limits to achieve the most extraordinary results they possibly could. Tom had succinctly described his fearless style of climbing himself as, quote, "We're always pushing ourselves to the edge to see how far we can go before we topple off," he said. Tom and Daniela would maintain their friendship in the following years and planned an expedition in 2019 to Nanga Parbat, a fearsome and imposing 8,126 meter peak and the 9th highest mountain in the world, and also the most frequently covered mountain on this channel actually. Daniela was more than a decade older than Tom, and hailing from southern Italy, told his friends and colleagues that he felt that he had to prove his skills compared to his northern Italian contemporaries. Back in 2013, Daniela attempted to summit Nanga Parbat in the wintertime via the previously unclimbed Mummery route, a treacherous route following the Mummery spur that remained unclimbed more due to the pure risk involved in attempting it rather than the technical difficulty of the ascent, as the route follows a ridge up a massive snowy face that is prone to frequent avalanches. Furthermore, massive seracs overhang the route the entire way up to the summit ridge, further increasing the risk of avalanches being triggered, while also adding the further risk of being struck by falling ice and debris. By 2018, Daniela had attempted but failed to complete the Mummery route 3 times, and completing it had become his obsession, as his colleagues and family members recalled that in the year preceding the upcoming Nanga Parbat climb with Tom, the Mummery route was all he seemed to talk about. Daniela was clearly excited to attempt the route again in late 2018 with Tom, hoping that Tom's elite climbing abilities and their compatible styles of climbing would be a recipe for finally conquering the route and cementing his legacy as a mountaineer. And so, in early December of 2018, the pair set off for Nanga Parbat, the so-called killer mountain, to conquer the unclimbed Mummery route for the first time in the wintertime. Nanga Parbat is known for its particularly harsh winter weather and had only been summited twice in the winter before their attempt, once in 2016 and the second time in 2018. With the latter ascent actually being a topic of one of my previous videos. By the middle of December, the expedition had reached Nanga Parbat's base camp, and the duo, along with 2 other climbers, a man named Karim Hayat and a man named Ramat Ullah Baig, who had decided to join them, and the group began the process of acclimatization, planning their ascent route and beginning to set their lines. By December 21st, the team had reached their planned site for Camp 1 and set their camp up, optimistically hoping to establish their remaining 3 camps over the next few days. However, these ambitions would be slowed by long systems of nasty weather, bringing along with them huge blizzards that would envelop Nanga Parbat for days at a time. The expedition team grappled against the winter weather over the following few weeks as the calendar year advanced from 2018 to 2019, but by January 17th, the team had begun to become frustrated with the constant setbacks they faced, as they frequently would return to the mountain following a storm to find their camps buried by avalanches triggered by the heavy snowfall and the heavy, crumbling seracs above. 10 days later, on January 27th, the team was finishing their preparations for an attempt at the summit. However, when they arrived at their Camp 3, they found the site ravaged by an avalanche, with their tents being completely destroyed, along with many of the supplies that were also stashed there, and this loss of Camp 3 would again delay their long-awaited summit bid. After suffering setback after setback, Tom began to grow frustrated and moody, and both the other climbers with him at Nanga Parbat and his fiancée back in Italy noted that he seemed to feel enormous pressure about completing the climb, both from Daniela's unwavering enthusiasm about completing the climb and from within himself, as he wanted to forge a legacy in the mountains for himself that lived up to his late mother's. By January 29th, the team's morale had reached an all-time low, and an attempt that year was looking extremely unlikely, as a huge weather system forecasted to last for weeks was closing in. Karim and Ramat at this point had had enough of the constant hardships and tribulations and decided to abandon their attempts. Karim said that he expected Tom would join them, but was surprised when he opted to remain there with Daniela for another push at the summit. And so, as the weather system began to lash Nanga Parbat, Tom and Daniela again bided their time, waiting for another weather window so they could make another attempt before the end of the winter climbing season. After waiting at base camp for 20 long days, the duo finally saw another weather opening on the horizon and set off on their bid for the summit from base camp on February 22nd, 2019. On February 24th, after 2 long days of difficult and dangerous climbing, the duo had reached their high camp, Camp 4. That evening, the pair of climbers made their usual contact with the outside world via their satellite phone, announcing their hopes that they'd manage to reach the summit the following day. However, this would be the last time the duo would ever be heard from again, as after the 24th, they would go completely radio silent. As the days continued to pass without any contact from the duo, concern began to mount, and a search and rescue effort was organized to look for the mountaineers. On February 28th, the search began, although due to the high degree of risk involved with searching the route on foot for the missing men, a combination of drones and helicopters were used to canvass the mountain ahead of time for the men. From the helicopter, an orange object was spotted on the mountainside. However, upon further inspection with the drones, it was found to just be one of their tents that had been destroyed and was, concerningly, untouched. Over the following days, the search team found themselves further hampered by the increasingly foul weather and by airspace restrictions triggered by a nearby military standoff between India and Pakistan. On March 5th, the climbers searching for the men on the mountain were nearly caught in a massive avalanche while following their still freshly tread trail, and the following day, March 6th, the search was deemed too dangerous to continue, as in all likelihood, it was near impossible that either Tom or Daniela had survived in the frigid negative 50 degrees Celsius wintertime temperatures. However, while conducting one last helicopter search on March 7th, one of the rescue team members spotted something that appeared to be jackets matching the descriptions of Daniela's and Tom's. After spotting these apparent figures, the spotter returned to base camp and used a telescope to get a better view of what he had seen. Upon further inspection, it turned out that the figures were Daniela and Tom, hanging from ropes on the mountainside. The location of their bodies was high on the mountain and in a difficult place to reach, and after investigating the site and confirming that it was indeed Tom and Daniela, the duo were freed from the cliffside, coming to their final resting place on Nanga Parbat's unforgiving slopes. In the aftermath of the deaths, the climbers that had discovered the bodies stated that they believed that Tom and Daniela had been found in a state that suggested that they had been struggling with their ropes and were likely attempting to fix them, but were ultimately unable to, and succumbed to exposure as they froze to death, suspended in the air and at the mercy of the negative 50 degrees Celsius temperatures. Tom's death took a big toll on his sister Kate, who struggled with losing both her mother and now her older brother and close friend, both within 100 miles of one another, 24 years apart. "I wish I could be with them," she said in an interview following Tom's death. Kate understood her brother's risk-taking nature, but also stated that she believed that her brother had felt pressure from Daniela to continue, and stated that she believed that if Tom had attempted the climb solo, he'd still be alive, saying, quote, "I just wish he'd stuck to solo climbing," she said. This sentiment was echoed by Tom's fiancée, who said that in their last communications before Tom's death, they had fought over him continuing this expedition and had broken up after he refused to abandon the attempt. Both Kareem and Italian climbers that were close to Daniela that had helped the team establish their camps as the most favorable description of Daniela's mindset and actions around the time of his death was described as pure summit fever, much like Benoit Chamoux from my video about Kangchenjunga. However, despite their concerns about Daniela pressuring Tom to continue the climb, both his sister and fiancé ultimately reconciled with the fact that Tom was his own person, that had decided to stay and continue of his own free will, while obviously aware of the risks involved in doing so. Perhaps the most interesting perspective following Tom's death, however, would be shared by his father, Jim, who stated that he knew that Tom understood the risks involved with his climbs and would have been insulted by people risking their own lives to find and recover his lifeless body. Furthermore, he didn't necessarily believe that Daniela had outright pressured Tom to continue on, but rather he thought that their risky approaches to climbing meshed together and created an environment that was ripe for disaster as they pushed each other to take increasing risks, describing it as, quote, "It's like going from playing Russian roulette with one bullet to playing Russian roulette with multiple bullets," he said. Ultimately, Tom was intimately aware that his adventures could potentially cost him his life, constantly mentioning that the mountains would always be there, whether he died on them or not while he was alive. And it was the knowledge that Tom had truly loved what he did that would bring his loved ones comfort after his death. As his father would say in an interview after Tom's death, quote, "Let's tip our hats to a life well lived." Thank you all for watching. High in the northern Nepalese Himalayas, an intimidating, jagged peak looms above the surrounding mountaintops. This grand mountain is known as Manaslu. Standing at 8,156 meters, it is the 8th highest mountain in the entire world. Its uniquely steep slopes and long ridges lined by sharp cornices give the mountain an equally beautiful yet frightening appearance from afar. Manaslu was first noted by mountaineers in 1950, and several expedition teams noted a potential route up the mountain from the northeastern face, but the European expeditions did not actually make any attempt to summit it. The mountain did prove to be popular with Japanese mountaineers, however, and there were several Japanese expeditions that attempted to climb to its summit before it was successfully accomplished by Toshio Imanishi of Japan and Gyaltsen Norbu of Nepal in 1956. However, after Imanishi and Norbu summited in 1956, Manaslu would not see many climbers attempt to reach its summit for quite some time, as the next successful summit of Manaslu would be in 1971. As the expeditions from 1950 to 1956 were being attempted, the local people had gradually become quite hostile to climbers, as after a particularly bad avalanche in 1954 that destroyed a monastery and killed 18 people, the locals had begun to believe that the climbers had angered the gods. Despite this, by the 1970s, the locals began allowing mountaineers to climb the peak again without further hostilities, and while it's certainly not the most visited of the 8,000-meter peaks, Manaslu's unique climbing experience inevitably draws mountaineers to its sharp, steep slopes, with hopes of reaching its treacherous pointed peak themselves. Despite its menacing appearance, the route that mountaineers most often take to reach Manaslu's summit is fairly straightforward and offers a rather unique climbing experience amongst the other 8,000-meter Himalayan peaks. When compared to those other 8,000-meter peaks, Manaslu has historically high levels of snowfall during the Himalayan monsoon season from April to June, and thus, most ascents of the mountain are attempted in the early fall once the snow has had time to settle and harden, and the extra snow accumulating on the mountain makes the ascent easier for climbers as well, as navigating the steep, rocky ridge to its summit is considerably more difficult in the spring before the ridge has been fully caked by snowfall and ice, which is subsequently lashed by the high mountain winds and forms the distinctive cornices that line the top of the mountain. So great are these cornices, in fact, that it is thought that most who reach what they believe is the summit of the mountain do not actually reach the true summit of Manaslu, as the true summit is a pointy, rocky outcropping that, when fully covered with deep snow in the autumn, appears to be a large unsupported cornice, and without knowing of the true summit beneath the snow beforehand, many assume that climbing any further than the foresummit appears to be borderline suicidal, although the snow is not as deep nor unstable as it appears to the eye. Aside from the final push to the summit though, Manaslu is considered to be one of the easier 8,000-meter mountains to climb due to its relatively gentle incline and lack of high technical skill needed to reach the top when ascending the northeast face. However, despite this reputation, when compared to the other easier 8,000-meter peaks such as Cho Oyu, Manaslu has significantly higher fatality rates. While the route up Manaslu is not particularly steep, the ascent up the glacier is riddled with large, gaping crevasse fields, a particularly active ice fall between camps 1 and 2, and large looming seracs lining its upper ridges. Along with these dangers, due to high annual snowfall on the mountain combined with typically warmer weather than other 8,000-meter peaks, avalanches are a constant threat to mountaineers, and climbers that hope to summit Manaslu must maintain constant vigilance regarding the snow conditions at all times, lest they be swept away by a mighty Himalayan avalanche. In September of 2012, the climbing season on Manaslu was in full swing. The teams of climbers began to arrive at base camp and had begun to set up their ropes and climb to higher camps, acclimatizing as they went, as is typical for any 8,000-meter climb. The conditions in 2012 were rather poor to start. There had been many days of snowfall before an opportune 10-day weather window opened up around September 15th. This year, Camp 3 had been set at a location lower than usual, as this lower Camp 3 was sheltered from the wind by a large serac field above it, as the typical Camp 3 site sat about 100 meters further up the mountain, but was much more exposed to the high winds that constantly lashed against the mountain. This favorable weather window was again brought to a halt by the evening of September 22, 2012, as a fierce blizzard engulfed Manaslu. The climbers that had been hoping to reach the summit within the next few days hunkered down in their tents for the night, hoping to get some rest and that the storm system would ease up by dawn. At 4:30 a.m. on September 23rd, as most of the climbers on the mountain were soundly slumbering, a huge serac, estimated to be approximately 600 meters wide, broke off from above Camp 3, creating a monstrous avalanche that quickly gathered speed, accelerated by the added mass of the huge serac. The avalanche tore through Camp 3, uprooting the climbers' tents, and swept away the 31 people at Camp 3 in its torrent of moving snow. A professional skier named Glenn Blake, who was attempting to reach the summit without oxygen and then ski back down, recalled that he was doing some reading in his tent as his tent mate, a man named Gregory Costa, slept in his sleeping bag next to him. Suddenly, their tent was flung into the air by the wall of moving snow, and Costa was catapulted from the tent. He was never seen again. After feeling a huge surge of air from the avalanche lift their tents up off the ground, many of the climbers at Camp 2 knew that the avalanche was likely over by this point and peeked their heads out of their tents and up the slopes towards Camp 3. Another professional skier, a Canadian man named Greg Hill, recalled that he saw headlamps scattered along the mountain above him, and at first assumed that it was some climbers doing a bit of early morning acclimatization climbing, but quickly realized that Camp 3 was no longer visible, and it was then that he knew that the avalanche had swept away Camp 3. Hill and the other climbers at Camp 2 rushed up the mountain to aid in rescuing the climbers from Camp 3, and by the morning, helicopters were dispatched, and a full-blown search for survivors had gotten underway. Of the 31 people that had been swept away by the avalanche at Camp 3, by the end of the 23rd, 8 had been confirmed dead, and 3 were still missing. As the days passed, the fate of the 3 missing had been all but sealed. In the aftermath of the incident, many of the remaining mountaineers abandoned their climbs, while some pressed on to the summit. A Frenchman and the guide for Glenn Blake's team named Remy Lecluse was one of the missing men, and his wife heartbreakingly searched for him on the glacier, as a large funeral was held for him and several other French climbers back in Chamonix, France. He was later found deceased in a crevasse, having been swept there by the avalanche. Ultimately, 11 people were killed in the incident. This tragedy, however, would raise awareness about the dangers of Manaslu's slopes and the dangers of the herd mentality while climbing, as several small independent teams had abandoned their climbs just days before, concerned about a potential avalanche. But as the larger commercially led teams began to ascend the mountain, the other larger commercial teams felt pressured to get their clients to the top of the mountain as well. The mentality of "they did it, so it's probably safe" had been festering within many of the more recent expeditions to Manaslu, with several climbers noting that many guides were unclipped from the ropes while crossing the crevasse fields, and so the clients too mostly crossed the crevasse fields unclipped as well. This herd mentality had permeated the psyche of even more experienced climbers, and while extremely unfortunate, the avalanche in 2012 served as a much-needed wake-up call to many of the expedition companies that overlooking potential safety concerns can have extremely deadly consequences. And in the decade since this tragedy, there have been no further fatalities caused by avalanches on Manaslu. Thank you all for watching. The Karakoram Range is a western stretch of the Himalayas that lines the borders between Pakistan, India, and China. This remote region of the world has been traversed for generations by traders, but hosts a very sparse population, even when compared to the other remote regions of the Himalayas located further to the east. The Karakoram is a region that has been rife with volcanic activity throughout the ages, and is host to several of the highest mountains in the world. The region is also host to some of the most brutal and unrelenting cold weather in the world, and an approximate 30 to 50% of the surfaces within the range are glaciated. The first Western survey of the Karakoram was conducted by a man named Thomas Montgomery in 1850, who identified 6 of the most prominent peaks from his survey station on Mount Harakma, labeling them K for Karakoram, and a number from 1 to 6. Most notably, the second highest mountain in the world, and the near consensus most difficult 8,000 meter plus peak to summit, K2, still bears this name, as it was devoid of a well-known local name due to its remote location and lack of prominence from the other massive peaks that surround it. The Karakoram Range in the modern times has become a hotspot for mountaineers and trekkers seeking to soak in the remote natural beauty of the region and conquer the unrelentingly challenging mountains within it. However, of the many visitors the region hosts throughout the year, inevitably, some of them find themselves victims of the harsh, unforgiving weather and terrain of the region, and are unable to return home with their lives intact. However, the year 2013 would prove to be an exceptionally deadly year in the history of the Karakoram. The 2013 summer climbing season in the Karakoram would take its first deadly turn on the evening of June 22nd, when a group of armed militants would storm the base camp at Nanga Parbat, an event I've covered more extensively in another video, which I'll link on the screen. This event would ultimately cost 11 people their lives, and the ensuing violence would only further escalate in the following weeks, bringing the final casualty count of the crisis to 14 people. This tragedy at the base camp of Nanga Parbat would mark the first deadly incident of the 2013 summer season, but would only serve as a starting point for a dark and deadly summer in the Karakoram. Gasherbrum 1 is a towering pyramid of ice and stone located in the Gilgit-Baltistan region of Pakistan. Standing at 8,080 meters at its peak, it is the 11th highest mountain in the world, and one of only 14 8,000 meter peaks on the planet. The Gasherbrum group is located in a remote region not too far from K2 and Broad Peak, and it is this remoteness that has earned it the nickname of Hidden Peak. And naturally, due to its remote location, Gasherbrum is one of the less popular 8,000 meter peaks amongst mountaineers. Gasherbrum 1 was first summited in 1958 by an American team led by a man named Nicholas Clinch. In 1981, a Japanese expedition team would follow the route that Clinch's team took to reach the summit, setting fixed ropes along the route as they ascended. After completing the 6th successful summit of the mountain, and due to their fixing of the ropes, this route would from then on become known as the Japanese Couloir, and would become the standard route of ascent for mountaineers simply seeking to reach the summit. In early July of 2013, a duo of highly experienced Polish mountaineers, Artur Heiser and Marcin Kockon, set out from the base camp at Gasherbrum 1 for what would prove to be a challenging upcoming climb. The duo intended to follow the Japanese Kalur route to the summit, but after reaching the summit of Gasherbrum 1, instead of retreating back to base camp, they would instead make their way down and across the ridge to the second tallest peak of the Gasherbrum group, the 8,035 meter Gasherbrum 2. After reaching the summit of Gasherbrum 2, the duo then intended to descend down the opposite side of Gasherbrum 2. The pair were highly experienced Himalayan climbers and opted to travel light and complete the climb alpine style, bringing only the necessary supplies for survival on their person in order to cut down on hauling loads of gear expedition style. They would also be attempting the climb without the use of supplemental oxygen, which adds significantly to the difficulty of ascension, as at such altitudes the surrounding air is extremely oxygen deficient when compared to the air at sea level, making even small manual tasks extremely difficult to complete. On the morning of July 7th, the duo left their Camp 3 at 7,150 meters for their summit push and made good progress throughout the day. They managed to reach an altitude of 7,600 meters before they were faced with a difficult decision to make. The weather that day had not started off well, and as the day wore on, the weather had only continued to worsen, as the pair were blasted by the powerful winds. After deliberating on whether to push onwards for the summit, the duo agreed that it would be unwise to continue any further with the worsening weather conditions. Artur and Marcin retreated back to Camp 3 before contacting base camp to inform them that they would descend further to Camp 2 at 6,400 meters. As the men descended, the storm raged on, and as they trudged through the near whiteout conditions, Artur lost sight of Marcin, who was leading the pair. After losing sight of Marcin, Artur began to fear that his partner had taken a misstep and fallen to his death. Artur then attempted to call his wife on his cell phone, but was unable to connect the call as he did not have strong enough service. He then instead opted to send her a text message that stated that Marcin had fallen on the Japanese Kalur. After sending the text message, Artur began to frantically search for his partner, trying to spot where he could have fallen from. However, unbeknownst to Artur, Marcin had not fallen at all, and was simply lower down the face of the mountain and out of sight of Artur. Suddenly, Marcin saw Artur fall past him from above as he plummeted 500 meters down the face of the mountain. When Marcin reached the bottom of the pitch, he located Artur's lifeless body before continuing his descent to Camp 2, alone through the intense storm. After base camp had received word that Artur had fallen, a rescue and recovery operation was launched, but the climbers on the rescue team were repelled by the harsh weather, unable to reach any higher up on the mountain than Camp 1. The following day, a group of Russian climbers were able to reach Camp 2, where they found Marcin still alive but badly frostbitten, sheltering in a tent. Marcin was successfully rescued, but unfortunately, Artur Heiser had become the next fatality of the dark summer of 2013. Later that month, a Spanish expedition team were making a push for the summit of Gasherbrum 1. The summit team consisted of 4 men: Zevi Gomez, Alfredo Garcia, Alvaro Paredes, and Abel Alonso. On the morning of July 22, 2013, the summit team contacted base camp, informing them that they would be attempting to reach the summit that day. The weather that morning was bitterly cold, and high winds battered the climbers as they clamored for the top. As the day continued on, the foul weather began to worsen, and just shy of the summit, one member of the group, Alfredo Garcia, decided to turn back, as he had begun to suffer some severe frostbite and parted ways with Gomez, Paredes, and Alonso as they continued on towards the summit. The trio reached the summit in triumph later that day, but by this time, the weather had worsened to near whiteout conditions as the climbers would struggle to find their way back to Camp 3. After being unable to reach the 4 men via radio, a rescue team was organized to search for the missing men. However, the poor weather continued to plague the rescuers, who made labored progress up the mountain, as the storm conditions had made an aerial search for the men an impossibility. However, on July 25th, the rescue party reached Camp 3, where they found Alfredo Garcia, badly frostbitten, but still alive, and assisted him in his descent back to base camp. However, they were unable to find any trace of the other 3 men, and after the weather had cleared enough to dispatch helicopters, they too were unable to find any trace of the missing men. On the evening of July 25th, the Spanish expedition team released a statement confirming that all hope had been lost for the missing men. Quote, "In a final attempt to locate our fellow teammates alive, having no contact with them since the morning of July 22nd, and given the existing adverse weather during these days at altitude, we made a reconnaissance flight which confirmed our worst fears. The 3 above-mentioned companions have died," they said. Zevi Gomez, Abel Alonso, and Alvaro Paredes were now the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th casualties of the 2013 Gasherbrum summer climbing season. In early August of 2013, the president of the Czech Mountaineering Federation, a man named Zdeněk Hruby, and his climbing partner, a man named Marek Holicek, were preparing for their attempt at a new route on the southwestern side of Gasherbrum 1. Their planned route would take them on a line up the broad Kalur, following a rocky spur to the left of the line. The initial leg of the route had been climbed in 2008 by a team of Russians, but instead of following the Russian route the entire way to the top, the Czech climbers would divert from the Russian route at 7,200 meters, instead traversing a rocky ridge to the western side of the mountain to follow the 1977 Slovenian route on the west ridge before completing the climb back on the southwest face. Marek and Zdeněk had attempted this climb before in 2009, but were forced to call off the climb after Zdeněk suffered a gastric rupture at 7,500 meters. The duo would be supported on this climb by an expedition team of Czech climbers that had successfully completed their expedition to reach the summit via the Japanese Kalur route. After the duo departed from base camp, they made good progress throughout the first few days of their climb. However, on the morning of August 9th, Marek radioed the team at base camp to inform them that they had decided to call off the climb once again at an altitude of approximately 7,500 meters. The team at base camp were able to spot the duo descending and watch them make their way down the face through binoculars. However, as the pair continued to descend, the observers at base camp's stomachs would collectively drop as they noticed that one of the figures had vanished suddenly. Shortly after witnessing the climber vanish from the face of the mountain, the team at base camp's radios flickered to life. It was Marek Holicek on the other end, confirming their worst fears. He reported that Zdeněk Hruby had slipped and fallen down a 1,000-meter face. Later that day, Marek would again radio base camp to confirm that he had reached Zdeněk Hruby's lifeless body at the bottom of the vertical face. His death would mark the 5th casualty on Gasherbrum that summer climbing season. Broad Peak is a remote mountain located geographically between K2 and Gasherbrum. Standing at 8,051 meters at its peak, it is the 12th tallest mountain in the entire world. Broad Peak is named as such due to its uniquely long summit ridge, which stretches for 1.5 kilometers. Broad Peak was first successfully summited in 1957 by an Austrian team, which notably completed the ascent without the use of bottled oxygen, a rarity at the time. In July of 2013, an expedition team of 5 climbers from Iran were gearing up for an attempt at a new route to the summit on the southwest face of the mountain. The route they would be following was first mapped out in 2009, but the expedition teams that had attempted the climb since it had been first mapped had been plagued by a slew of injuries and other health issues. However, the 2013 expedition team was optimistic about their chances of reaching the summit successfully that season. The group had taken their time to acclimatize properly, and a favorable weather window was opening up for a summit bid, and so the climbers set out for their summit bid the week of July 7th. By July 12th, 3 of the 5 climbers had successfully reached Camp 3 with little issue, and the trio would begin their bid for the summit from Camp 3 the following morning. The 3 men, Aydin Bazorgi, Puya Kivan, and Mojtaba Jarahi, would face brutally difficult conditions as they made their bid for the summit, and the trio's progress was slow and laborious. By the evening of July 13th, the climbers had reached an altitude of 7,350 meters and decided to bivouac there for the night. The following day, the 3 climbers navigated the steep, rocky terrain above where they had bivouacked the previous evening, making extremely slow vertical progress. By the evening of the 14th, the trio had only managed to ascend 100 meters above where they had begun their climb for the day, deciding again to bivouac for the night at an altitude of 7,450 meters. The trio of climbers continued their summit push the following day and made significantly better vertical progression than they had on the 14th, and had reached an altitude of 8,000 meters, just shy of the summit, by nightfall, and decided to bivouac for the night in order to leave ample time to reach the summit and descend in the daylight. In the early morning hours of July 16th, the trio successfully reached the summit and would begin their descent down the standard route to the summit, intending to rendezvous with the remaining 2 members of their team at Camp 3 later that evening. And facing treacherous conditions on their descent via the normal route, the trio decided to instead descend from the route from which they had ascended. Their descent was labored, and the trio was again forced to bivouac for the night on the edge of the death zone at approximately 7,900 meters. Progress the following day was also slow, and by the evening of the 17th, the group had reached an altitude of 7,700 meters, where they would again opt to bivouac for the night. At 7 a.m. on the morning of July 18th, the trio of climbers contacted base camp, informing them that they were in need of food and water, with Aydin Bazorgi stating that the climbers felt, quote, old, crippled, and unable to move. Unfortunately, their 2 waiting teammates at Camp 3 had also begun to suffer health complications, and one of them had retreated back to Camp 2, while the other was too unwell to go search for them. And so, base camp arranged for a team of high-altitude porters to ascend to Camp 3 to offer assistance to the trio of stricken climbers. At 8:25 p.m. that evening, Bazorgi would again radio base camp, imploring them to send assistance, as he informed them that their tent had been torn from the mountain by the winds, and that one of the climbers was in particularly bad shape. Base camp asked Bazorgi to share their current GPS coordinates to facilitate the rescue efforts, which he did. The men were located on a difficult-to-get-to section of the face, near a pass. The high-altitude porters reached Camp 3 late in the evening of the 18th, but were unable to go any further due to exhaustion and the poor weather. A group of Swiss climbers assisting in the rescue efforts was right behind them as they would reach Camp 2 that evening as well. The following day, the 19th, base camp lost contact with Bazorgi at approximately 10 a.m. as the team of porters searched the area of the pass, with 2 Sherpas managing to reach a vantage point above the pass, but they were unable to locate or contact the climbers. At 1:30 p.m. that afternoon, base camp was again contacted by Bazorgi, who was at this point largely incoherent and clearly in dire condition. Over the following days, a sizable search and rescue effort was undergone to locate the missing trio, but the climbers were nowhere to be found. The GPS location shared with base camp was on a difficult section of the mountain to reach, which made the task of ascending to the climbers' last known location in a timely manner a tremendous toil for the rescue teams. On July 22nd, reports had begun to emerge that all 3 climbers were presumed dead. But despite this, a team of Iranian climbers continued to diligently search for them, clashing with Pakistani officials in emails about whether to continue the search or give it up. Despite the tensions about the further risk of continuing the search efforts, the search for the missing climbers would continue until the 24th, when it was finally called off officially. One of the key figures in the rescue operation, a man named Thomas Lamy, would matter-of-factly describe the reality of the search effort on the mountain. Quote, "I strongly believe, as a mountaineer, these 3 climbers wouldn't want to risk someone's life to get their dead bodies down. They love the mountains. Why are we not leaving them at this place which they liked so much? 2 porters found the Iranian flag on top of the main summit. Therefore, the Iranian route on BP was successfully completed by the 3 climbers. It seems they took the wrong ridge down the rocky summit," he said. K2 is perhaps the most foreboding and difficult of the 8,000-meter peaks to successfully summit, and summiting this demanding mountain is considered to be one of the highest badges of honor in mountaineering to successfully accomplish, and K2 draws in some of the most dedicated climbers in the world every year, seeking to brave its treacherous slopes and reach its summit. In 2013, a father and son duo hailing from New Zealand would make a bid for the summit of K2, seeking to become the first father and son to do so. The father, a 53-year-old man named Marty Schmidt, was an extremely experienced mountaineer, as he had worked as a guide on several of the Himalayan 8,000-meter peaks since 1975. His son, 25-year-old Denali Schmidt, was also an experienced climber, as he had completed several climbs in Alaska with his father previously, along with a successful summit of Broad Peak in June of 2013. The father and son had also assisted in the rescue efforts to locate the missing trio of climbers from Iran a week after summiting Broad Peak, and by late July, they were gearing up for their ascent of K2, a mountain whose summit had eluded Marty throughout his career climbing in the Himalayas up to this point. Marty and Denali were joined on this climb by another man named Chris Warner. However, as they climbed, the weather continued to worsen, and fearing the risk of an avalanche on the mountain, the other 6 teams that were also on the mountain pushing for the summit decided to retreat down from Camp 3. However, despite the foul weather and avalanche risk, uncharacteristically for a man who had made a career out of Himalayan climbing, Marty was insistent that the weather would soon clear and they would be able to make a summit bid. Warner was not convinced and decided to retreat down the mountainside, while Denali opted to remain with his father at Camp 3. Unfortunately, this would prove to be a fatal lapse of judgment, as on the 27th of July, a massive avalanche tore through Camp 3, sweeping away both Denali and Marty as well. Search efforts to locate the missing duo proved to be largely ineffective, and the search party was ultimately unsuccessful at locating their bodies, a fact which tormented Denali's mother and Marty's wife, Jo, immensely, as she described feeling, quote, "I felt as if my skin had been ripped off at the thought of being unable to properly bury their bodies." Jo's account of what had befallen her family is a stark contrast to many of the other statements from the families that have lost loved ones in many of the mountaineering stories I've covered on the channel before. And an article written in the New Zealand Women's Weekly detailing the disaster from her perspective is a fascinating and heartbreaking insight into a mother and wife who suddenly had her world turned upside down and the ensuing pain and grief she suffered because of it. However, as much of her account is speculative, I'll not cover it here, but I will leave a link to the article in the description if you'd like to take a look at it for yourself. In 2015, 2 years after they had been swept away by the avalanche, a gnarly video began to surface online, which frankly is too gruesome to show you on YouTube. In a video I wish I had never seen, as it showcased what appeared to be the dismembered body parts of Marty and Denali, including a disembodied head in the snow at the foot of the mountain. I will not be linking that video in the description, and I would also recommend that you not seek it out. At the end of the 2013 summer climbing season in the Karakoram, 24 people had lost their lives in the mountains and in the ensuing violence in the aftermath of the Nanga Parbat attacks, which would mark one of the deadliest climbing seasons in the region's history. I hope you all enjoyed this video, and as always, thanks for watching. Annapurna is an imposing peak located in the heart of the Nepalese Himalayas. Standing at a height of 8,091 meters at its summit, Annapurna is the 10th highest mountain in the world and is one of the 14 8,000ers, peaks exceeding a height of 8,000 meters, all of which I've featured in their own separate videos on the channel at least once, I might add. As my longtime viewers, as well as many others watching this video, are likely aware, within the mountaineering community, Annapurna has garnered a fearsome reputation throughout the decades as one of the most difficult, if not the most difficult, of the 8,000ers to successfully ascend, due to the difficult and unrelentingly harsh climbing conditions encountered on its slopes. Annapurna's infamous reputation, much like fellow 8,000er K2, also stems from its high mortality rate, particularly amongst the 8,000 meter peaks, as Annapurna and K2 have traded the title of the most deadly of the 8,000ers to attempt to ascend, although Annapurna is frequently referenced as the clear winner between the two. Now, the following should come as little surprise to dedicated viewers of my other mountaineering content, but I find it necessary to clarify that despite the assertions of a bunch of low-effort clickbait top 10 lists, Annapurna, while it is certainly deadly, is not the most deadly mountain in the world by any measurement, as the peak sports a casualty to successful summit ratio of 16%, which means for every 100 climbers that reach the summit successfully, 16 summit hopefuls will have perished in that time frame, which is rather tame when compared to Mount Ganga, a peak I detailed in another video a few weeks back, which sports a successful summit to casualty ratio of 120%, meaning that for every 100 successful climbers that reach its summit, 120 climbers will have died in that same time frame, and more climbers have died on its slopes than have reached its summit. However, while Annapurna's actual lethality has perhaps grown to slightly exaggerated proportions, the challenging climbing conditions on Annapurna's slopes have largely lived up to the reputation they've garnered over the years. And while an ascent of Annapurna is certainly not of the caliber of difficulty nor danger of many of the world's most difficult and dangerous peaks that I've previously covered in other videos on the channel, such as K1, Janu, or Ladyfinger Peak, Annapurna's steep slopes have proven to be an alluring locale for mountaineering's upper echelon to test their mettle and forge their legacies, even more so than the infamous K2, as the southern face of Annapurna was a highly coveted first ascent for decades before it was finally accomplished by Uli Steck in 2011. In the fall climbing season of 1992, a 5-member French expedition team consisting of team leader Pierre Béguin, a man named Guy Chameroux, a man named Christian Chauvin, a man named Christophe Delachey, and a man named Jean-Christophe Lafall would make their way to the foot of Annapurna's sheer southern face for their planned upcoming attempt to become the first team to successfully ascend the peak via the south face. The expedition team would establish their base camp at an elevation of 4,300 meters on September 15th and would set to work further establishing their advanced base camp 1,000 meters higher up the mountain above its looming, crevasse-riddled glacier at an elevation of 5,330 meters, which they would successfully accomplish 3 days later on September 18th. However, Following the establishment of their advanced base camp on September 18th, the team would then prioritize acclimatizing to the high altitude as they awaited a favorable weather window to attempt their ascent. As the team planned to attempt the rest of their ascent from advanced base camp onwards, alpine style, bivvying overnight as needed on one of the many narrow ledges that lined their route. By early October, the team was set to finally make an earnest bid for the summit, as a forecasted weather window of a few days of good weather was predicted to finally arise over the next few days. On October 4th, the team would make their way up to an elevation of 6,200 meters, where they would opt to bivvy for the night. However, as they slept, a foul weather system would engulf Annapurna, and the men found themselves trapped in their bivvies for the next 2 days. By October 6th, the weather had cleared up enough for the team to retreat from their bivvy site back to their base camp to wait out this unexpected spell of bad weather. The following morning, on October 7th, upon receiving an updated weather forecast that predicted the storm would clear in the near future, the team would make their way back to their advanced base camp in preparation for another push for the summit. This weather forecast would indeed prove to be accurate, as the storm would clear just mere hours after they had arrived at their advanced base camp on the evening of October 7th. This sudden shift in the weather would present new issues to the team, as the group had been afforded little time to recuperate after their failed first push for the summit, and most of the team's members were still exhausted from their previous efforts. However, as this stretch of good weather was only forecasted for the next few upcoming days, the team were well aware that this might be their best and only opportunity to complete their ambitions of reaching the summit successfully, as the team had already spent nearly a month preparing for such a push. After the team deliberated on the issue for a while, only 2 of the team's 5 climbers would opt to seize this afforded weather window to make their bids for the summit. Expedition team leader Pierre Béguin and Jean-Christophe Lafall, who would begin their ascent of Annapurna's south face on the morning of October 8th, and the duo would reach their previous bivvy site at an elevation of 6,200 meters on the evening of October 8th. However, they would not bivvy at this site, and instead would opt to push further up the face overnight due to concerns of being struck by large chunks of falling rock and ice, with the latter occurring much more frequently during daylight hours. The duo would continue to ascend a further 800 meters over the course of the night, and by the morning of October 9th, they had reached an elevation of 7,000 meters, where they located another narrow ledge to bivvy and get some much-needed rest. The following day, on October 10th, the duo awoke to find that the weather conditions had again begun to take a turn for the worse, and as the climbers were still quite exhausted from their efforts on the 8th and 9th, they would apprehensively opt to remain in place on October 10th, although the pair weren't keen on remaining at this site for long, as they were being frequently barraged by falling debris from above, which is a common occurrence on Annapurna's sheer southern face. On the morning of October 11th, 1992, the 2 French climbers would emerge from their bivvies to find that the weather conditions had not cleared up much, if at all. However, while these weather conditions were far from ideal for climbing, the duo ascertained that they could climb in such conditions, and thus the pair were faced with a difficult decision. Having reached 7,000 meters already, they could continue to make a push for the summit through the poor weather conditions and hope that they would clear up quickly like before, or they could begin to descend back to base camp before the weather potentially worsened. After deliberating for a while, the duo decided that they'd tough out the frigid weather conditions and continue to make their push towards the summit, all the while hoping that the weather conditions did not further worsen. The two climbers made slow progress through what they had predicted would be the most technically difficult portion of their ascent, battling against the whipping winds and heavy snowfall that lashed against them as they ascended towards the summit. After a day of highly strenuous, bone-chilling climbing, the duo would opt to bivvy at an elevation of 7,400 meters on the evening of October 11th. As the two climbers awoke the following morning, on October 12th, the weather conditions had still not improved, and so the pair would again deliberate whether they should continue their push for the summit despite it, or throw in the towel on this attempt. After discussing the matter for a while, the duo decided that continuing their summit push through the foul weather was not worth the risk, and thus the two men would begin their descent back to base camp that morning. However, as the duo descended down the face at an elevation of approximately 7,100 meters, a falling rock from above would shear Pierre's rope and would strike both him and Jean-Christophe, breaking Jean-Christophe's hand and subsequently sending Pierre plummeting 1,500 meters down the southern face to his death below. Jean-Christophe was now completely alone, high on Annapurna's slopes in worsening weather conditions, a truly nightmarish situation for even the most hardened of mountaineers. Jean-Christophe knew that his only hope of survival was to continue his descent despite the numerous risks. However, he would decide to bivvy at an elevation of 7,000 meters for the remainder of October 12th and throughout the entire 13th in order to recover his strength and possibly wait out the bad weather. The following morning, on October 14th, Jean-Christophe would awake to find that the weather conditions had not improved whatsoever, and thus he then opted to remain at the bivvy site throughout the remaining daylight hours of the 14th. However, he had grown increasingly nervous about being struck by falling rock and ice from above, which had barraged this bivvy site throughout his entire stay there, and thus he would opt to continue to descend to the team's advanced base camp during the nighttime, setting off from the bivvy site at 7,000 meters on the evening of October 14th. Jean-Christophe would arrive at the site of the team's advanced base camp in the early morning hours of October 15th to find that his teammates had wisely decided to retreat back to base camp from advanced base camp after they had split up, and as a result of the heavy snowfall, the team's advanced base camp had been completely destroyed by an avalanche, which meant that Jean-Christophe would be forced to continue to descend to base camp. Jean-Christophe would slowly weave his way across the glacier from advanced base camp throughout the morning of the 15th, exhausted from his ordeal on the south face, and as daylight began to fade, he found himself still navigating down through the glacier. However, his slow rate of descent across the glacier had caught the attention of another Slovenian expedition team who had been attempting their own route up the south face, and this team would dispatch a party of climbers and Sherpas from their expedition to search for Jean-Christophe, using their flashlights to look for him and shouting back and forth to ascertain his position, and they were able to successfully locate him on the glacier and subsequently assisted him back to their base camp on the evening of October 15th, and he was evacuated by a helicopter to a nearby hospital for medical treatment the following day on October 16th. In wake of the incident, a simple helicopter search operation was enacted by local officials on October 20th, who scanned the face where Pierre had last been seen and where he could have likely fallen. However, after scanning the mountainside, they were unable to spot any trace of him during their reconnaissance efforts, and thus the efforts to recover his remains from the mountainside were subsequently abandoned. Thank you all for watching. Before I delve into the topic of today's video, I just want to note that this video will be released just after the 3rd anniversary of my channel, and I just want to say I'm so thankful to all of you that have supported me throughout my time here on YouTube. I seriously appreciate you all so much. If you're new to the channel or haven't done so already, consider subscribing to the channel as well, as we're getting really close to 100,000 subscribers, and I'd really appreciate it if you did. Anyways, shameless subscribe to the channel plug aside, when I first began my regular video making and research process, I originally didn't intend to even mention the channel's anniversary, since I didn't have a particularly special video topic in mind that I could reasonably release in my usual week or so time frame. Or so I thought. However, while I was researching information for the topic I originally intended for this video, I accidentally stumbled across one of the most unbelievably bizarre and controversial findings I've ever come across in my research for any of the videos I've made for the channel, which ended up completely shifting the topic of this video in the process. So I suppose it's only fitting that this video I release just after the anniversary of the channel is indeed special, in the sense that it will be a little different than the majority of my videos, so be sure to stick around until the end. Makalu is the 5th highest peak on the planet, standing at a height of 8,485 meters at its summit. As one of the 14 8,000 meters or higher peaks on the planet, otherwise known as 8,000ers, Makalu is a relatively popular peak for high-altitude mountaineers to attempt to ascend, and a peak I've covered in several previous videos here on the channel. Now, for the sake of brevity, if you're not familiar with the peak's background or the conditions climbers must endure while on its slopes, I highly suggest you check out one of those videos for more background information as well as a general explanation of the peak's relative difficulty, as I won't be delving into much greater detail about Makalu here in this video. However, before we get into the specifics of the incidents I'll be detailing in this video, I do need to introduce another concept that I'm sure many of you are familiar with, but is also sometimes misrepresented to those who aren't familiar with it, which is the concept of large group charter expeditions. These types of expedition teams are usually seen on more popular peaks such as the 8,000ers, and work a bit differently than a more traditional style expedition team, where everyone on the team is working together to accomplish their shared goal of reaching the summit. These large chartered group expedition teams instead appeal to less experienced or organized small groups of climbers, as well as solo climbers, as the greater expedition team is responsible for providing logistical support such as fixing ropes for use by the greater team and establishing the fixed camps along the route, as well as providing guides if also requested. But this style of expedition team also offers flexibility to the clients to essentially ascend the peak however they'd like, as one can climb the peak solo, but with the convenience of ascending the peak with the support provided by a team, such as with the aforementioned fixing of ropes and establishing of the camps along the route. However, these types of expedition teams also often draw a lot of criticism whenever a solo climber that is a member of the greater expedition team perishes, with the most famous example of this being the tragic death of David Sharp on Mount Everest, as many of these pointed criticisms are often levied at the greater expedition team for not providing them with more support, without the understanding that many of them specifically join these expedition teams to climb solo, and generally expect to be left alone while on the mountain. In fact, today's video features several such climbers, with one expedition team in specific, the Greater Seven Summits Makalu Expedition Team of 2019, suffering the loss of several climbers in separate incidents during the 2019 spring climbing season. On May 7th, 2019, a member of the Greater Seven Summits Makalu Expedition Team and one of Peru's most celebrated mountaineers, a 52-year-old man named Richard Leopoldo Hidalgo Yara, was attempting to ascend Makalu on his own and without the use of supplemental oxygen. That morning, Richard would opt to accompany a group of Sherpas ascending to the team's Camp 2, located at an elevation of 6,620 meters, as the Sherpas were tasked with fixing a section of rope just beyond Camp 2, and Richard was eager to jump on the opportunity for some company during his first ascent up to Camp 2. Upon their arrival at Camp 2 later that evening, Richard would set up his tent and then would subsequently enjoy a meal with the Sherpas before they part ways for the night as they retreated into their respective separate tents. The following morning, on May 8th, the Sherpas would depart from Camp 2 to carry out their aforementioned rope fixing obligations, and upon returning to Camp 2 later that day, they would note that the camp lay completely undisturbed throughout the entirety of the duration of their absence, as Richard had seemingly never emerged from his tent. After calling out for him a few times outside his tent and receiving no response in return, the Sherpas would enter his tent to check on him. Inside, they found Richard wrapped within his sleeping bag, cold and lifeless, and the Sherpas would state that they believed Richard had died sometime during the night after they had parted ways at 9 p.m. the preceding evening. Richard's cause of death was listed as the likely result of suffering severe symptoms of acute altitude sickness, although in which way these symptoms exactly manifested remains a mystery, as a more exact cause of death was never ultimately determined. The following two fatalities on Makalu in May of 2019 would both take place on May 16th, 2019, which would similarly serve as summit day for both victims as well. The victim of the first fatality on the 16th that I'll detail in this video was another member of the Greater Seven Summits expedition team, who much like Richard was attempting to ascend the peak alone. A 52-year-old highly accomplished Indian mountaineer named Dipankar Ghosh. After departing from the team's high camp that morning, Mr. Ghosh would make his way to Makalu's summit successfully, where he'd taken his accomplishment for a short while before beginning his descent from the summit alone. Seemingly exhausted from the effort he'd expended to reach the summit, Mr. Ghosh would slowly plod his way back down the upper slopes of Makalu, lagging behind the other climbers who had also made their summit bids that day. As the sun began to dip beneath the western horizon, Mr. Ghosh would make brief radio contact with the team back at base camp, informing them that he was moving slowly and still at least several hundred meters away from high camp. However, following this brief update at around 7 p.m. that evening, the team at base camp was unable to re-establish radio contact with Mr. Ghosh. Following this call, after the sun had fully set, Mr. Ghosh had still not returned to high camp, and some of the other members of the Greater Seven Summits expedition team would scan the uppermost slopes in an effort to try and spot him. And indeed, one member of the team, a Mexican woman named Eva Martinez, would spot what appeared to be Mr. Ghosh within the traverse located approximately 300 meters above high camp, where he appeared to be signaling for assistance by flashing the light on and off on his headlamp. After reporting her sighting to the Seven Summits expedition team's guides, an attempt to form a rescue team of Sherpas would ultimately fail to come to fruition, as the Sherpas would refuse to search for him, asserting that they were too exhausted from assisting other clients ascending and descending from the summit that day, and so Mr. Ghosh was left to fend for himself high on Makalu slopes. Unfortunately, Mr. Ghosh wouldn't survive the extreme conditions of the nighttime within the death zone and would die from exposure sometime over the course of the night. As I mentioned earlier in the video, the second and third deaths on Makalu would take place during the same evening on May 16th, 2019. And although I detailed the circumstances of Mr. Ghosh's death second in this video, it's ultimately unknown whether Mr. Ghosh or this next victim actually perished first, which is a particular detail to note for later. In fact, I'd highly recommend that you take mental note of as many details of the next victim's death as you can, as researching this next death is ultimately what led me to shift the premise of this video entirely. On May 16th, 2019, 16 of the 18 members of an Indian Army expedition team would attempt to make their final push for the summit from their high camp, ascending towards the summit alongside, although apart from, the other climbers from the 7 Summits expedition team, including Mr. Ghosh, who were likewise making their own pushes for the summit that day, as the Indian Army expedition team was following a slightly different route to the summit. In the early afternoon, all 16 members of the Indian Army expedition team that had set off for the summit that morning would successfully reach Makalu's summit, and after celebrating their accomplishment for a while at the summit, the team members began to descend back towards their high camp. However, during the descent, as the group had reached an elevation of approximately 8,200 meters, one of the team's members, a 35-year-old man named Narayan Singh, would suddenly become stricken with severe symptoms of altitude sickness, which would cause him to become incapacitated as he was unable to descend any further on his own. After the other members of the summit team briefly deliberated over what to do in the situation, they collectively decided that Mr. Singh's condition would likely prove fatal before they would be able to carry him back to the safety of a camp at a significantly lower elevation, and additionally they were all too exhausted from their summit bid that day to carry him along with them, and so they would ultimately leave Mr. Singh where he lay at an elevation of 8,200 meters as they made their way back to their high camp without him. The remaining members of the summit team seemingly knew that there was no chance that Mr. Singh would manage to recover enough to haul himself back to camp, nor would he survive the night, noting in their expedition log that evening, quote, "Narayan Singh died at 8,200 meters on May 16th, descending from the summit because of altitude issues. Sherpas will try to bring his body down soon," the day's log entry reads. Mr. Singh's tragic death, along with Mr. Ghosh's, would mark the second and third deaths on Makalu in May of 2019. However, they unfortunately wouldn't be the last. This also will not be the last of Mr. Singh's death I'll be detailing in this video, as there's actually so much more here left to unpack, although for the sake of the structure of this video, let's first move on to the final fatality on Makalu in May of 2019, before I go deeper into that. In the days following both men's deaths, their remains were swiftly located, and Indian diplomats at the Indian Embassy in Nepal would set to work lobbying their local contacts to organize a recovery party consisting of local Sherpa climbers to retrieve both the remains of Mr. Ghosh as well as the remains of Mr. Singh and haul them back to high camp before they could be further transported down the mountainside for proper burial. This rather complex process would consume the next 5 days until a team of 15 highly skilled Nepali climbers would arrive at Makalu on May 21st to begin their recovery efforts. However, not long after their arrival at the peak, Makalu would become cloaked in storms as the rescue team slowly made their way through the frigid, blizzard-like conditions on its slopes, where the stormy conditions would interfere with the team's ability to contact base camp, and thus their progress towards their goal would remain largely unknown to the outside world as well. With the storm still raging on Makalu's slopes, the rescue team were primed to attempt to enact their plan to recover the bodies of the two stricken climbers from the mountainside and haul them back to high camp. However, one of the team's members, a man named Nima Tenji Sherpa, had fallen ill during this ascent. However, fortunately, another member of the Greater Seven Summits expedition team, who had made her own summit push in the days following Mr. Singh and Mr. Ghosh's deaths, just so happened to be a doctor and at the same camp, and so she was asked to take a look at the stricken man to assess his condition. She would recognize Nima Tenji's symptoms as high-altitude pulmonary edema, which is one of the commonly suffered and potentially fatal side effects of altitude sickness, and furthermore, the man's internal body temperature was alarmingly low. The doctor would suggest that Nima Tenji be given the medication nifedipine to help with his condition in the short term. However, the other members of the recovery team refused to give him any further medications. Furthermore, the doctor would insist that Nima Tenji should be escorted to a lower elevation immediately, and after she continued to insist, the rest of the recovery team assured her that they would help him descend as soon as possible with support. The doctor would then depart from the camp to begin her own descent back to base camp. However, not long after she departed, the remaining members of the recovery team would not assist Nima Tenji to a lower elevation as they had implied they would, and instead set off towards the summit to resume the recovery efforts. Later that evening, the remaining members of the recovery team would successfully manage to haul the remains of both deceased climbers from higher up on the mountain back to their camp. However, as they returned to camp, they would soon realize that there was now a third body that required removal from the mountainside, as Nima Tenji had perished sometime during their absence spent recovering the remains of Mr. Ghosh and Mr. Singh. Now, this is normally where I'd end the video, but as I mentioned earlier, this is where this video will begin to become a bit different than most of my content as we loop back to the third death, the tragic death of Narayan Singh. Now, the account of facts surrounding his tragic death that I've presented earlier in this video is, as is standard when I make my videos, compiled from a range of different news articles, both from when the events were still unfolding and after the entire ordeal had come to a conclusion, along with verifying their ascents, expedition teams, and the expedition team's members, with records from the Himalayan database, which is the most comprehensive and accurate record keeper of Himalayan mountaineering information currently in existence. I say all this because, while I was researching specifically the details surrounding Narayan Singh's death, I came across something I've never encountered thus far while researching information for my, as of the time of making this video, nearly 150 videos here on the channel. A metaphorical piece of the puzzle that just didn't and couldn't fit with any of the other pieces. An alternate and verifiably false account of the events surrounding Narayan Singh's death, astonishingly published by a reputable mainstream outdoor-specific publication, Outside Magazine. Now, I'll delve into the nitty-gritty details of my findings and the specifics of why this account is verifiably false here in just a bit. But first, allow me to read you, in full, this alternate false narrative surrounding Narayan Singh's death in its entirety as it appears in an article published by Outside Magazine in May of this year, 2024, with its writing credits attributed to two individuals named Ben Ayers and Tulsi Raniyar. The article reads, quote, "In 2019, a Nepali mountaineer and rescue specialist named Gesman Tamong led a team of 6 onto 27,838-foot Makalu to recover the body of a climber who had died in the so-called death zone above 26,000 feet. A Nepali soldier named Narayan Singh showed signs of altitude sickness. Tamang encouraged Singh to rest at Camp 3 at around 24,600 feet and to then descend to safety. The team continued climbing until they located the body near the French Col at around 27,000 feet. It took them more than 24 hours to free the body from the mountain, secure it to a sled, and move it down to Camp 3. As they entered camp, they found Singh in a tent, barely breathing. We tried to give him oxygen and save his life, but we couldn't, Tamang told Outside. Singh died a short time later. The group had no choice but to leave him on the mountain in order to complete their original mission of bringing down the other body. They arranged Singh's body alongside fixed ropes so that other crews could bring him down. Once I reached base camp, I couldn't go back up for my friend, Tamang said. It was too painful. My heart wouldn't allow it. Another team eventually retrieved Singh's remains from the mountain, the article reads. Now, if you compare the details of this story with the one that I detailed earlier in this video, or literally any other source that reported information about his death, this account is undeniably completely different, and upon closer inspection, the finer details included in Mr. Tamang's account of Mr. Singh's death simply don't add up whatsoever, as I'll explain. I think the easiest place to start this breakdown, however, is by analyzing the few details of both accounts that do line up, which is that Narayan Singh, who was a soldier, would perish as a result of severe symptoms of altitude sickness while on Makalu slopes in 2019, which, admittedly, isn't very many similarities. But this at least establishes that this Narayan Singh is indeed the same individual across both accounts. Now let's take a closer look at the details of his story in further depth and the cracks that begin to emerge, even with such basic information as Mr. Singh's background and nationality, as the article states that he was a Nepali soldier, while all records show that he was in fact an Indian soldier and national, and was on the roster of the Indian Army expedition team to Makalu in 2019, and not a member of a 6-person body recovery team. Additionally, the article states that he never ascended past Camp 3, which is also verifiably false, as records confirm that he did in fact reach the summit successfully. However, one of the most damning and glaring holes in his story becomes apparent when inquiring about one major unspecified detail in his account. Who exactly, or even possibly, was this unnamed deceased climber that they were supposedly removing from the mountainside? The first death on Makalu in 2019 was the death of Richard Leopoldo Hidalgo Yara, which I detailed earlier in this video, which if you recall took place at Camp 2, which is located at an elevation well beneath the death zone. Well, if not Richard, then perhaps it was a climber from a previous season, you might retort. However, of course, I decided to look into the details of all the deaths on Makalu in the years preceding 2019, and the results of my query were quite telling. The 4 deaths previous to Richard's also took place well below the death zone, as Ong Darwa Sherpa, Lokpa Ongyal Sherpa, Datenji Sherpa, and Yannick Claude Sylvain Gognere would all perish at elevations well below the death zone as well, meaning that the last death before Mr. Singh and Mr. Ghosh's deaths in the death zone on Makalu would take place all the way back in 2013, when Chinese climber Lu Zhongyang fell to his death while descending from the summit. The chances that Lu's remains were still near the summit and exposed rather than buried by over half a decade's worth of snowfall and avalanches are near zero. and it seems equally unlikely that suddenly there was a need to remove his body from so high up on the mountain after so many years had passed. Furthermore, the details provided by Mr. Tamong's account of the recovery seemingly alludes to where Mr. Ghosh's remains were found. However, this makes no sense for a number of reasons. First off being Mr. Ghosh died on the same day as Mr. Singh, and so if they were sent to retrieve his body, he would have had to have already been dead when the team arrived. And as he further stated that his recovery team would spend over 24 hours recovering the body to return to Camp 3 to find Mr. Singh still alive but barely breathing, then dying shortly after, also just doesn't line up at all. I didn't just stop there though. I decided to check all the records of expeditions on Makalu in 2019 for an expedition team that fit his description, being 6 members in size, which surprisingly, or unsurprisingly, I found no records of any such party on Makalu in 2019. Additionally, I found no evidence of Gesmund Tamong being a member of any expedition team on Makalu in 2019, or any evidence of his involvement with any body recovery operations, including as a member of the 15-person Nepali body recovery team that recovered the bodies of Mr. Singh and Mr. Ghosh. In fact, his name is the only name of all the names in this story that isn't verified through record keeping to have been on Makalu in 2019. Thus, with these points clearly established, unfortunately, there is little other conclusion left to draw other than Mr. Tamong's account was indeed, for whatever reason, completely fabricated. However damning these findings may be, however, I still decided that it was only fair to reach out to Mr. Tamong directly with my findings in an effort to seek clarification surrounding his story and the number of issues I'd found with it. Despite allowing him more than 3 days to respond to my queries, as of the time of making this video, he is still yet to respond, and thus could not be reached for comment. Now, like I said at the beginning of this video, I didn't originally set out with the intention of exposing a false narrative made by a fellow YouTuber with a channel nearly twice the size of mine, nor a major publication of outdoors-related journalism, and to be frank, I debated whether I should just scrap this video entirely a number of times, as I'm simply baffled as to why or how such a narrative was even contrived and then subsequently published in the first place, especially given that Mr. Tamong already had established a reputation within the mountaineering community as a well-respected climber. So it just makes me scratch my head as to why he'd attempt to apparently just blatantly lie about something so easily debunked upon closer inspection, which makes my cynical side reason that perhaps he did so simply because he thought that nobody would bother looking into it any further than the article. I mean, it is why so many people parrot blatantly incorrect information like, Annapurna is the deadliest mountain in the world, which I used as a bit in a previous video, but apparently even writers and editors at a reputable major outdoor magazine publication such as Outside Magazine can't seemingly be bothered to actually put in the legwork and effort required to verify such claims, or even just get his nationality right. However, Mr. Tamong clearly didn't account for the fact that I, Morbid Midnight, always do go the extra mile when doing my research, and I would piece together that he'd lied. Ultimately, the reason that I did decide to go through with making this video is because at the end of the day, while Mr. Tamong's false narrative, even when viewed in the most generous light, which is that he benignly invented his account to stress the risks to the members of teams recovering the remains of climbers within the Himalayas, still falls flat. This alternative false narrative truly doesn't serve the purpose as well as the true series of events that actually transpired on Makalu in May of 2019, as the story of their deaths serves this purpose far better overall. And while Mr. Singh himself didn't perish while attempting to remove a climber's body from Makalu's slopes, unfortunately, Nima Tenji Sherpa actually did, while attempting to recover Mr. Singh and Mr. Ghosh's remains from Makalu, and this alternative, entirely constructed narrative only serves to undermine the sacrifice he ultimately made that fateful May in 2019. Thank you all for watching. K2 is a fearsome pyramidal peak of granite located on the border of the remote Gilgit-Baltistan region of Pakistan and its neighbor, China. K2 is one of only 14 peaks across the entire globe to reach an altitude of 8,000 meters or greater at its summit. K2 towers over the surrounding landscape, reaching a height of 8,611 meters at its apex, which earns it the distinction of being the second highest peak on the planet, with only Mount Everest reaching an overall greater altitude at its summit. While it is lesser in overall height than Mount Everest, K2 commands a similar level of general name recognition, as throughout the years, K2's name has become synonymous with danger and difficulty, as the peak has earned this infamous reputation on account of its particularly noteworthily high mortality rate, as just under 15% of climbers that attempt to ascend K2 will not leave the mountain slopes with their lives intact. This is a sharp increase when compared to Mount Everest, which boasts a much lower mortality rate of just under 3%. So infamous is K2's reputation, in fact, that I'd wager that if you were to ask most people what they know about the mountain K2, they'd likely tell you that it's deadly and extremely difficult to ascend, and maybe even is the hardest mountain in the world to ascend. Within the mountaineering community, it is this widespread infamy that has made an ascent of K2 such an appealing prospect to intrepid mountaineers, as successfully completing an ascent of K2 is an undeniable testament of a climber's skill, even to those outside of the mountaineering community. If you're a frequent viewer of my mountaineering videos, you're assuredly aware that while K2 is certainly a difficult and undeniably deadly peak to ascend, it is far from the most difficult or dangerous peak in the Karakoram range, no less the entire world to ascend, as K2's high mortality rate is in large part a result of its popularity rather than its technical difficulty. In fact, many of the world's most dangerous and difficult peaks are so daunting a prospect that only a handful of mountaineering's upper echelon have even dared to brave their slopes. A perfect example of one such peak is, well, K1, a 7,821 meter peak that is so difficult and dangerous that only 4 teams have ever reached its summit, with the last successful ascent taking place nearly 40 years ago in the year 1985. However, while within the mountaineering community, a successful ascent of K1 would inevitably be a much more noteworthy accomplishment than a successful ascent of K2 due to its lesser overall height, general obscurity, and possibly even its name, it would, at least on paper, appear to those unfamiliar with mountaineering to be a lesser ascent. Thus, because of the general recognition of an ascent of K2, it has become the holy grail ascent for many mountaineers to add to their climbing resumes, and so throngs of mountaineers annually flock to K2's slopes, and inevitably, a not insignificant number of them will not return. One of the most well-known and well-documented tragedies across the sport of mountaineering transpired on K2's slopes in 2008, a series of deadly incidents in large part caused by falling serac ice, and this series of events would ultimately result in 11 climbers losing their lives that season. However, lesser widely known about is that just 2 years prior, an eerily similar incident would occur on the upper slopes of K2, a deadly incident at K2's infamous bottleneck. K2's bottleneck, for those watching this that are unfamiliar with it, is a narrow couloir located just 1,300 feet below K2's summit. True to its name, the couloir narrows as it rises, like a bottleneck. This section of the climb is notably gut-wrenching for summit hopefuls to navigate through on their ascents, as the gully is overhung by a massive, looming serac, which has the omnipresent possibility of a large chunk breaking loose at any given time, which will inevitably cause powerful avalanches to form in its wake as the large chunks of ice from the serac tumble down K2's slopes and loosen the vast quantities of snow deposited there. However, as it is a necessity to navigate the bottleneck during a standard ascent of K2 via the standard Abruzzi Spur route, it serves as the final major obstacle for summit hopefuls to overcome during their bids for the summit. Notably, circumnavigation of the bottleneck, both on the ascent and descent, must be completed on a singular summit day, as the bottleneck lies within the death zone, which begins at an elevation of above 8,000 meters, where the oxygen concentration in the surrounding air is so low that humans are unable to sustain their normal bodily functions even while at rest. In the summer of 2006, a team of experienced Russian climbers, led by a man named Yuri Utashev, would arrive at the foot of K2's imposing slopes, excited for their upcoming attempt to reach the summit, but also well aware of the numerous hardships that they would inevitably face as they attempted their ascent. Following their arrival at the peak, the expedition team would begin the arduous legwork needed in order for them to successfully accomplish their goals, and set to work fixing their ropes along their route, along with establishing their fixed camps up the mountainside, frequently ascending, descending, and ascending repeatedly as they hauled their equipment from base camp up to the higher camps on K2 slopes. This gear hauling process also served to assist the climbers in acclimatization to high altitudes, a vital process for mountaineers to undergo to avoid the potentially deadly consequences of altitude sickness. However, this rudimentary hauling process was certainly not an easy one for the expedition team, as during the 2006 climbing season, K2 was frequently barraged by powerful storm systems, which slowed the team's vertical progress up K2 slopes to a glacial pace, as they were frequently forced to wait out these storm systems for days at a time. This frequent foul weather was a source of frustration not only for the Russian team, but also for the other expedition teams on the mountain that season as well. And over the course of the month of July, the other teams, one by one, began to abandon their attempts, and with each passing day, a successful ascent of the peak seemed increasingly unlikely. However, as the other teams began to call it quits, despite the numerous hardships they inevitably would face in order to continue their ascent, The Russian expedition team remained steadfast in their ambition to reach the summit, and by the last few days of July, they remained the only summit team still on the mountain. However, since the team had spent weeks preparing for a potential summit push and had rather slowly plodded their way up the peak due to the harsh weather, by these final few days of July, the Russian team was beginning to run low on supplies, and thus the expedition party agreed that if they were unable to make a push for the summit by August 13th, they would be forced to abandon their attempt like the others. Over the following few days, the Russian mountaineers would begin to ascend to their high camps as the weather allowed, in order to better position themselves for a summit push should there be a break in the string of storms. On the morning of August 2nd, they saw their opportunity to make such a push arise, with only a scant few clouds scattered across the sky above, and upon realizing this, the team eagerly intended to capitalize on this good weather window and immediately began their push for K2's summit. However, as the day wore on, another powerful storm cell rapidly approached K2, and thus the team decided to abandon this summit attempt and retreated to their camp located at an elevation of 6,700 meters, where they hunkered down in their tents as the storm battered the peak slopes over the course of the next 11 days. On August 13th, 2006, the team's summit cutoff date, the weary climbers emerged from their tents to find that while the storm system still raged on below them, their camp at 6,700 meters was situated high enough that it was above the storm clouds, and the climbers were greeted by rays of warm sunshine from the cloudless sky above. The team's summit push on August 13th, unlike a majority of the climbing they had done so far, was going exceedingly smoothly, and the expedition team had opted to separate into 3 groups of climbers, with 2 climbers leading the charge to the summit, followed by a group of 4 climbers, with the final group of 3 climbers following behind them. The leading duo of climbers had made their way through the infamous bottleneck and had begun their ascent on the crest above it, meaning that they were in the home stretch of the ascent, with only about 2 hours of further ascending before they would reach the summit. However, as the leading duo reached an approximate altitude of 8,350 meters, the team's fortunes would suddenly take a drastic turn for the worse. As the pair of lead climbers plodded their way up K2's slopes and to an elevation of 8,350 meters, suddenly, and without any prior warning, a huge chunk of an overhanging serac measuring approximately 120 meters by 80 meters broke loose from K2's upper slopes, and with almost no time to react, the lead duo were struck by the ice and swept up by the resulting avalanche, with the huge slab of ice slicing through their ropes and subsequently pinning the ropes beneath its tremendous weight, causing it to literally drag the 2 climbers by their ropes behind it. As the increasingly powerful avalanche cascaded down the mountainside towards the bottleneck, the slide, which had been unusually quiet, swept up the second group of unsuspecting mountaineers, as they had neither heard nor seen any signs of it before it was too late. The third team, at the rear, which at this point had just reached the crest above the bottleneck, noticed the commotion of the avalanche on the slopes above them, and, with no time nor space to attempt to maneuver out of its path, they dug their ice axes into the crest and braced for impact. By the time that the huge slab of serac cascaded over the crest and spilled into the bottleneck, fortunately, the leading pair of climbers' ropes had severed, and rather miraculously, both were able to arrest their slides before they too were launched by the force of the avalanche into the couloir below. As the cloud of snow left in the wake of the avalanche began to settle, the group of 3 climbers who had been at the rear of the team emerged unharmed, as the small amount of forewarning they had, combined with their fortuitous location on the crest, had given them time to brace for impact, and a large majority of the mass of the slide had launched over the crest and right over them. However, as the leading and rear climbers regrouped, they quickly realized that the 4 climbers in the middle party had not been as fortunate as they had, as there was no trace of any of them. In wake of the avalanche, the remaining 5 climbers of the expedition team frantically searched the avalanche debris field, which stretched from an altitude of approximately 8,400 meters to an altitude of 7,800 meters. However, their searches turned up no further traces of the missing men, and so the team radioed local officials to inform them of the dire situation that had unfolded high on K2 slopes. Unfortunately, due to the extreme elevation of the incident, there was little that local officials could do to assist the climbers, as it was too high up to search using a helicopter, which typically cannot operate above an altitude of around 5,000 meters. Furthermore, there weren't any climbers still on K2's slopes that could be lobbied for assistance either, and to add to the already dire situation for the Russian mountaineers, yet another powerful storm system was rapidly approaching K2. Thus, after searching for as long as they possibly could for their compatriots, the remaining 5 climbers made the agonizing decision to abandon their search for the missing men and descend to the safety of base camp while the weather still allowed, and by the evening of August 13th, all 5 surviving climbers successfully descended to base camp with heavy hearts, but their lives still intact. The men who were lost in this unfortunate event were expedition team leader Yuri Utashev, a man named Alexander Voigt, a man named Pyotr Kuznetsov, and a man named Arkady Kuvakin. Thank you all for watching. K2 is an enormous, imposing summit located deep within the Karakoram Range in Pakistan. Standing at a height of 8,611 meters at its summit, K2 is the second highest mountain in the world, surpassed by only Mount Everest, and is one of only 14 mountains in the entire world reaching a height of over 8,000 meters. Amongst these 8,000ers, K2 is renowned as one of the most difficult and deadly of the bunch, and its fearsome reputation has even transcended the confines of just the mountaineering community as well, as K2 is right up there with Annapurna in my video comments section poll on my previous video shown on screen as the most frequent blind answer to my question of what's the deadliest mountain in the world. However, as I covered in that video's sequel video, also shown on screen, in actuality, K2 is far from the deadliest mountain in the world, although it has traded the title of the deadliest of the 8,000ers with Annapurna throughout the years, a title which is now held by Nanga Parbat. Now, I won't delve too much into the specifics of why K2 has garnered a reputation so deadly that it has transcended beyond the sport of mountaineering. However, to greatly oversimplify it, K2 has, as I mentioned, at points held the title of the deadliest of the 8,000ers, and quite understandably to people unfamiliar with what contributes to a peak's overall deadliness, most would assume that since the 8,000ers are the highest mountains in the world, they must be the most difficult as well. a fallacy that regular viewers of my mountaineering content are undoubtedly aware of at this point. Now, if we follow this same line of logic, it's readily apparent why, despite its deadly reputation, K2 is one of the 8,000ers with the highest number of annual summit attempts, particularly within the last decade or so, as successfully ascending K2 both serves as a milestone of sorts for many serious hardcore high-altitude mountaineers, as well as serving as a satisfactory end goal for experienced yet less ambitious or more risk-averse mountaineers to strive for, as successfully completing an ascent of K2 is a feat that touts a certain level of prestige both within the mountaineering community and outside of it. And additionally, honestly, to most people, just saying you ascended the second highest mountain on the planet is much more impressive than trying to explain why it's more impressive that you managed to ascend, say, the world's 41st highest summit. If you know, you know, but needless to say, the latter achievement is both considerably more difficult and an almost infinitely more impressive feat to accomplish. But there's also a pretty decent chance that your hypothetical friend Betty in Oklahoma probably wouldn't know that offhand, but there's a decent chance she's probably at least heard of K2. However, while K2's overall widespread infamy and deadliness are quite frankly, statistically speaking at least, rather overstated, that is not to say that K2's reputation materialized out of thin air either. And to briefly touch on one of the prevailing themes of my world's deadliest mountain iceberg video, regardless of a summit's difficulty, its popularity is, generally speaking, to a large extent the greatest indicator of the total number of fatalities suffered on a summit's slopes. And as of the most recently reported numbers available as of the time of making this video, the total number of casualties reported at the end of 2024 numbered just under 100 people who have lost their lives on K2's slopes throughout its storied history. Now, while most people even just adjacently familiar with mountaineering could likely tell you about the deadliest season in K2's history, 2008, as it's right up there with Everest 96 as far as its widespread mainstream coverage. So obviously I'm not going to be delving into detail about that incident in this video. However, the incident I'll be covering in this video certainly gives the 2008 disaster a run for its money as far as deadliness goes, and it's one of the most frequently requested topics I get from you guys in my comment sections. So if you have an idea you'd like to see me cover at some point, make sure to leave it in the comments. I love reading through the comments, and when people suggest good ideas, I throw it on my list, and then eventually I get around to it, so make sure you do that, and subscribe too. Anyways, this hotly requested, and particularly deadly climbing season on K2 was none other than the summer climbing season of 1986. The extraordinarily deadly K2 summer climbing season of 1986 would claim its first two victims on June 21st. The doomed duo consisted of two climbers named John Smolich and Alan Pennington, who were members of an American expedition team attempting to ascend one of the last major unclimbed routes on K2 up the southwest pillar, a route known as the Magic Line, which naturally was a highly coveted first ascent to attempt to accomplish. While the two men were in the process of following their planned route up the peak, they would suddenly find themselves in the path of a massive, sweeping avalanche cascading down K2's sheer slopes directly towards them. Unfortunately, despite their best efforts, the two were swept up and subsequently buried within the enormous, rushing wave of debris. The surviving members of the expedition team would manage to locate Alan's remains within the avalanche's expansive settled debris field, but they were ultimately unable to locate John's body before officially calling off their bid for the summit and retreating from the mountainside in defeat. The following deaths on K2 during the 1986 summer climbing season would take place just 2 days later, as while the American expedition team had been making their attempt at completing the first successful ascent of the highly coveted Magic Line, simultaneously a small 4-member French expedition team consisting of a man named Michael Parmentier, a woman named Wanda Rutkowicz, and a married couple named Maurice and Liliane Berard, who had notably dubbed themselves as, quote, the world's highest couple. Much like the aforementioned American team, the 4 French climbers were attempting their own historic first ascent of sorts on K2 as well. However, they were following the standard route up the Abruzzi Spur. Notably, all 4 of the team's members were attempting this ascent without the use of supplemental oxygen, which, for those of you who are unaware, is a major boon to high-altitude climbers who do choose to utilize it, as the low concentration of oxygen in the air at elevations above 7,000 meters greatly increases the physical efforts expended whilst climbing. Furthermore, the lower levels of oxygen can also lead to clouded judgment and irrational or otherwise poor decision-making as well. These symptoms are only exacerbated at elevations exceeding 8,000 meters, which is aptly named the death zone, where the oxygen concentration within the air is so low that the human body is unable to sustain itself even while fully at rest. Additionally, the aforementioned cognitive impairments tend to be particularly potent at elevations above 8,000 meters, especially for exhausted climbers whose bodies are particularly starved for oxygen. Now, with all of this in mind, it's easy to see the boon provided to mountaineers who do opt to use supplemental oxygen, and thus ascents made without the use of supplemental oxygen are seen as more purist in a sense. And additionally, ascents without the use of supplemental oxygen hold a certain merit, particularly amongst fellow mountaineers, that distinguishes them from ascents made using supplemental oxygen. Now, honestly, this whole supplemental oxygen versus no supplemental oxygen concept is really only a big deal on ascents of 8,000ers, and while I could continue on in great detail as to why this is the case, I'll spare you such an explanation for now, as this video's already going to be a long one. But it is relevant to this story to note that as of the start of the summer climbing season of 1986, a successful ascent of K2 without the use of supplemental oxygen had yet to be made by a woman, a title which both Wanda and Liliane sought to claim for themselves during this fateful bid for K2's summit in 1986. On the morning of June 23rd, after departing from their high camp located at an elevation of 7,894 meters, Wanda, who was the strongest climber of the team and who was also fueled by her burning ambition to be the first woman to reach the summit of K2 without the use of supplemental oxygen, would break away ahead of the other climbers in the team who lagged behind her. Later that afternoon, her ambitions indeed would lead her to accomplish this goal, as she would reach K2's summit in triumph approximately 30 minutes before the other 3 members of the team, and she would take this time to revel in her accomplishment and take in the breathtaking view from the summit while she waited for her teammates to join her there, rather than opting to begin descending ahead of the other 3 members of the group. Michael, Maurice, and Liliane would rendezvous with Wanda, as previously mentioned, approximately half an hour following her arrival at the summit, and after the trio spent a few more minutes at the summit, they would begin their descent back to high camp at 7,894 meters together that afternoon. However, as the remaining hours of sunlight began to wane, the party would soon realize that their descent was not progressing at the pace they'd planned, and by the time the sun had begun to fade behind the western horizon, they had only managed to descend a little over 300 meters from the summit, as all 4 climbers were thoroughly exhausted from the extensive amount of energy they'd expended to reach the summit, which then bogged them down and slowed the pace of their descent to a crawl. With sunset rapidly approaching and maintaining their current pace, high camp was about 2 to 3 hours distance further down the mountainside, and so the 4 French mountaineers would be faced with a difficult dilemma that would require an equally difficult and potentially life-altering or ending decision: continue their descent in the pitch darkness and sheer cold of the night and escape the death zone above 8,000 meters, or attempt to hunker down at their current elevation of 8,300 meters, which meant risking withstanding the worst of the night's elements on the most exposed and severe stretch of K2 slopes, as well as the additional hours they'd have to endure spent in the ever-constant, further physically and mentally impairing death zone. Notably, however, the French summit team was not the only successful summit team struggling with the pace of their descent, as a duo of similarly spent Spanish climbers named Maria Brego and Josema Casimiro, who had reached K2's summit shortly after the 4 French climbers had begun their descent, and similarly had made the ascent without the use of supplemental oxygen, would catch up to the 4 French mountaineers as they deliberated their decision. Ultimately, collectively, the 2 teams would agree that the latter option was likely the most prudent course of action to take given their provided circumstances, and the 6 climbers would set to work setting up tents at what appeared to be the best site to bivvy for the night, anchoring them down and settling in for what would surely prove to be a long and frigid night. The following morning, on June 24th, after a hellish night spent at their bivvy at 8,300 meters, all 6 climbers would indeed emerge from their half-buried tents with their lives still intact, although after spending the night well within the confines of the death zone, they now found themselves feeling even more physically and mentally drained than ever, and thus all 6 would urgently disassemble their equipment and once again began to trudge their way back down K2 slopes to the relative safety of high camp, just several hundred meters below. As all 6 were keen to descend with utmost haste, and at this point their extended stay within the death zone likely had altered their decision-making skills as well, as instead of making the descent together, the 6 climbers rather would descend in slightly staggered pairs, with the duo of Spanish climbers being the first to depart the bivvy site and were the furthest ahead, followed by Michael and Wanda, with Liliane and Maurice lagging the furthest behind. Although, while the 2 duos of French teammates did maintain quite some distance between themselves, Wanda and Michael would frequently check behind them for Liliane and Maurice, who, while progressing slowly, were still clearly visible to the leading pair. However, Wanda would later recount that, while doing just that, the whipping winds high on the mountain created powerful snowdrifts, which obfuscated her view of Maurice and Liliane completely. When she glanced back to check on them just a short while later, the couple had seemingly completely vanished from the mountainside, and Wanda's previous sighting of them would be the last time that either would ever be seen alive again. Notably, the weather conditions as the climbers descended that morning had only continued to worsen, particularly the vicious high winds, which had subsequently resulted in an abundance of swirling snowdrifts that continued to hamper visibility, and thus Michael and Wanda would reason that they had just lost sight of Maurice and Liliane due to the increasingly foul weather and would continue their labored descent back to high camp. Upon reaching the relative safety of high camp, however, with the weather conditions only worsening, Wanda, who was suffering from frostbite on her nose and toes, would opt to descend further to seek medical treatment for her frostbite, while Michael decided he'd wait up at high camp to rendezvous with Liliane and Maurice and would eagerly await the pair's arrival there. Michael would wait the entire day for the duo to arrive, and with the weather conditions continuing to rapidly deteriorate after nightfall, Michael would relentingly begin his own descent in defeat, a harrowing experience in which he narrowly avoided becoming the next fatality on K2 that season. Lillian's lifeless remains would be located a few weeks later at the bottom of a steep cliff face, which strongly suggested that the couple had mistakenly veered off their intended course, likely due to reduced visibility from the whipping snowdrifts, and had accidentally fallen to their deaths from the cliffside. Notably, Maurice's body wouldn't be discovered until 1998, where it was located in a section of the glacier just above base camp, likely a result of his remains slowly being swept down the mountainside by the perpetual motion of its elements. Maurice and Lillian Berard's deaths would mark the final fatalities on K2 slopes in the month of June of 1986. However, the month of June had only just set the deadly precedent for the following summer months yet to come. In early July, a duo of highly skilled Polish mountaineers named Jerzy Kukuczka and Tadeusz Piotrowski would attempt to ascend K2 via the difficult and treacherous central rib of the peak's southern face. After braving the exposed conditions along the route, the duo's efforts would be rewarded with triumph as they would reach the summit on July 8th, marking the first ascent of what would become known as the Polish Route. The duo would then begin their descent back towards the base of the mountain following the standard route down the Abruzzi Spur. However, not long after beginning their descent, the weather would begin to rapidly deteriorate, which would cause the duo to scramble down the mountainside to erect a bivy site just beneath the precipice of the death zone, where they were forced to hunker down in their bivvies for 2 days. And expecting a swift descent after summiting, the duo's food supplies had long since been exhausted by the time the weather had cleared enough for them to continue their descent on July 10th. However, not long after the duo began their descent, as they reached an elevation of approximately 7,900 meters, one of the worst fears of any mountaineer became reality for Tadeusz. While the duo were descending, unroped, he realized he had botched attaching his crampons to his boots after they came loose and tumbled down the mountainside, leaving him in very dire straits as he now faced descending one of the steepest stretches of K2 without crampons and unroped. Unfortunately, the loss of his crampons would indeed prove to be fatal for Tadeusz, as he would tumble to his death down K2's steep slopes not long after suffering the loss of his crampons. The following fatality on K2 would take place under a week following Tadeusz's tragic death, and much like the preceding fatality, the next casualty of the deadly summer of 1986 was similarly the victim of unfortunate happenstance. On July 16th, a highly experienced and skilled Italian solo climber named Renato Casarato had been attempting the first ascent of the aforementioned Magic Line route up the peak's southwest pillar. However, after he noticed the weather conditions on K2 slopes had rapidly begun to deteriorate, Renato would decide to abandon his ascent attempt and return to base camp to wait out the foul weather system, and radioed his team, which included his wife back at base camp, to inform them of his descent before setting off. While Renato was weaving his way across the crevasse-riddled glacier located just above base camp, one of the ladders serving as a bridge would suddenly collapse as he crossed it, resulting in Renato plummeting 40 meters into the eerie depths of the crevasse below, taking a hard fall but landing with his life still intact. He would quickly retrieve his radio from his backpack and radioed his wife back at base camp, who informed the rest of the team stationed there of his dilemma, and they quickly leapt into action to hoist him out of the glacier. After they located Renato, they would manage to hoist him to the surface and helped him to his feet to further assist his descent back to base camp. However, after taking a few steps, Renato collapsed on the ground and died, the result of severe internal hemorrhaging suffered during his initial fall. Renato's remains were subsequently redeposited into the crevasse at his wife's insistence, indeed a fitting final resting place for the avid mountaineer, and Renato's death would mark the final fatality of the month of July. However, the upcoming month of August would prove to be even more lethal yet, deadlier than the previous 2 months combined. In early August of 1986, a small 4-man Slovak-Polish expedition team consisting of team leader Janusz Meyer, as well as climbers Przemysław Piasecki, Peter Bozic, and Wojciech Wroś, were the next team to attempt to make the first successful ascent of the Magic Line up K2's southwest pillar. Despite the climbers foregoing the use of supplemental oxygen, they would ultimately triumph where the others had failed and would reach the summit late in the afternoon on August 3rd. However, this meant that the team was forced to make their way down from the summit in near complete darkness, or brave spending the night in the death zone. Much like the story earlier in the video with similar circumstances, they would ultimately end up sharing in this decision with another separate summit team who would reach the summit shortly after they had departed it, in this instance, a South Korean expedition team. However, unlike the story earlier in the video, these two teams would decide that descending in the dark was the more prudent course of action, and so they joined forces for their descent in near pitch darkness, which slowed their descent to a crawl. As the exhausted mountaineers were at an approximate elevation of 8,250 meters, rappelling down past the infamous giant overhanging sérac on a section of K2 known as the Bottleneck. Later that evening, tragedy would suddenly strike when Wojciech, who was at the rear of the group, would suddenly vanish, to the surprise of his 3 teammates as well as the South Koreans, who were just slightly ahead of him. After he had just suddenly vanished without a trace, they presumed that he had somehow become unclipped or had rappelled off the end of the fixed rope line that they were rappelling down, and had rather eerily, seemingly plummeted to his death below, quietly enough that he hadn't caught the attention of his teammates while doing so. It wouldn't take long for his death to be followed up by the next fatality on K2, however, which would take place the following day. Notably, the following fatality on K2 was in fact a member of the aforementioned South Korean expedition team. However, this death was in fact far removed from the deadly happenings the prior evening near the summit. On the afternoon of August 4th, a Pakistani high-altitude porter employed by the South Korean expedition team named Muhammad Ali was in the process of hauling equipment between base camp and the higher camps when he was suddenly struck and killed by fast-falling rocks plummeting from above while he was traversing along K2's lower slopes. Unfortunately, following Muhammad's sudden death on August 4th, there would only be less than 48 hours of reprieve before K2 would claim yet its next victim. Now, if you hadn't surmised by the outcomes of the incidents I've covered in this video, and by the length of it thus far, the summer of 1986 on K2 is what one might call a bit of a tough season, as quite clearly the conditions on K2's slopes that summer were particularly hostile to mountaineers, as evidenced by the long streaks of foul weather, as well as near-constant bone-chilling winds lashing against K2 nearly non-stop all summer long. leading not only to the deaths that we've covered in the video so far, but also the ultimate failure of a number of other expedition teams that we haven't touched on in the video to reach the summit successfully. Now, amongst these failed expedition teams, the decision to call off their teams' bids for the summit was not a decision that many members of these teams would seemingly accept, and thus a few stragglers from several expedition teams still holding on to their summit dreams would band together to form their own team for one final attempt at reaching the summit. This new hastily cobbled together summit team consisted of a British climber named Alan Rouse, another British climber from a different expedition team named Julie Tullis, as well as her teammate from her former expedition team, an Austrian man named Kurt Diemberger, as well as 3 Austrian climbers from yet a different expedition team named Hannes Weiser, Alfred Imitzer, and Willy Bauer, as well as a Polish climber named Dobrosława Miodowicz-Wolf, who would make their bid for the summit following the standard route up the Abruzzi Spur. This ragtag team of summit hopefuls would reach high camp at roughly the same time as the aforementioned South Korean summit team from earlier in the video, on the evening of August 2nd. The South Koreans would wake in the early hours of the following morning to clear skies that were forecasted to last throughout the entire day, prime conditions for a summit push. However, while the South Korean team eagerly began their preparations to depart for the summit, they would find that the remnant expedition team clearly did not share in their enthusiasm regarding the perfect weather conditions, as they would inform the South Koreans that they would instead opt to take a day to rest at high camp before making their own push for the summit. However, by the time they emerged from their tents on the morning of August 4th, the small window of favorable weather had seemingly closed for the remnant team's members, which, well, quickly plunged the group into chaos as its members bickered amongst each other over what the best course of action to take would be. Of course, the fact that the members of this team hailed from several previous failed expedition teams and thus held little loyalty to each other only further complicated matters. After they bickered for a while about what to do, eventually Rouse and Wolf, who despite the weather were still very adamant about making a push for the summit that morning, would decide to depart from high camp for the summit before anyone else had reached a decisive decision regarding the matter, and set off towards the summit in poor weather conditions, which showed no sign of easing, and were in fact only worsening as the minutes passed. The next climbers to splinter off from the larger collective to make their own push for the summit were 2 of the aforementioned Austrian climbers, Alfred Imitzer and Willy Bauer, who set off a short time after Rouse and Wolf had departed from high camp. Finally, the last duo, consisting of Julie Tullis and her Austrian teammate from her previous expedition team, Kurt Diemberger, would depart from high camp a short while following Bauer and Imitzer's departure for the summit, thus setting the stage for the tragedies still yet to unfold. As Rouse and Wolf trudged their way through the whipping winds and billowing snow towards the summit, Wolf's pace began to lag considerably behind Rouse's, and thus the two would eventually become separated, as Rouse opted to forge his path to the summit alone and continued his ascent ahead of Wolf as she began to lag further and further behind him. However, while Rouse's pace may have been fast enough to leave Wolf lagging far behind him, he too had been making relatively slow progress towards the summit, so much so that approximately 100 meters below the summit, the 2 Austrians who had departed after him and Wolf, Bauer and Imitzer, would catch up to him, and thus the 3 men agreed to make the final 100-meter push to the summit together, which they would reach successfully later that afternoon at around 4 p.m. The trio wouldn't revel in their accomplishment on the summit for long though, as the precious few remaining daylight hours, which were already mostly blotted out and muted by the stormy weather, were fading fast, and the blizzard engulfing K2 was only worsening. Not too long after the three exhausted men began their descent back towards the relative safety of high camp from the summit, approximately 150 meters beneath the summit, they would happen across Wolf, who was completely exhausted and had fallen asleep in the snow. After they managed to rouse her from her impromptu slumber, they managed to convince her to abandon her bid for the summit, despite having made it just within reach of it, and given the circumstances and condition they'd found her in, she didn't protest all too much before readily agreeing to abandon her summit bid and accompany the trio for their descent back to high camp. A little further down the mountainside, the four descending climbers would cross paths with the final duo to leave high camp, Julie Tullis and Kurt Dienberger, who were still making their way towards the summit. The trio that had successfully reached the summit would similarly attempt to persuade Tullis and Dienberger to abandon their bid for the summit. But after they had mulled over this proposal for a while, seemingly overcome by summit fever, they would ultimately opt to continue their push for the summit despite the late hour, with Dienberger later recounting their reasoning for doing so, stating, quote, "I was convinced it was better to try it finally after all these years," and Julie too said, "Yes, I think we should go on. There was a risk, but climbing is about justifiable risks," he stated. Tullis and Dienberger would indeed continue their push for the summit and would reach it successfully around 7 p.m. that evening, just as night fell on the mountainside. Meanwhile, the four descending climbers would successfully return to high camp not long after Dienberger and Tullis finally reached the summit. Almost immediately after Tullis and Dienberger had departed from the summit, Tullis, who was above Dienberger, slipped and fell, causing her to begin to slide. Dienberger would later recall the incident, stating, quote, "I thought I could hold us, but then we both started sliding down the steep slope, which led to a huge ice cliff. I thought, my God, this is it. This is the end," he recalled. However, fortunately, the duo were ultimately able to arrest their slide before plummeting to a similar grim fate as the Berards, but the incident would leave the pair shaken at the prospect of a further fall while descending in darkness, as they had actually been the party to discover Liliane's body just days earlier, and thus they were acutely aware of the possibility of sharing in their fate. Thus, the duo would decide to bivvy high on K2 slopes at an approximate elevation of 8,300 meters. Dienberger and Tullis would endure a frigid night in their bivvies. However, crucially, they would both emerge from their bivvies the following morning on August 5th, chilled to the bone but alive. However, as the duo of exhausted climbers trudged their way back down towards high camp, the winds soon began to lash against them with increasing intensity, and the falling snow around them grew more and more dense. And as the afternoon rolled around, the pair knew that they urgently needed to reach high camp by nightfall. The duo would in fact successfully make their way back to high camp after their arduous endeavor to rejoin Wolf, Rouse, Imitzer, Bauer, and the other Austrian, Hannes Weiser, who hadn't made a push for the summit, but had waited for the other remnant team members to return to high camp. However, by the time Tullis and Dienberger had made it back to high camp, the incoming blizzard had now fully engulfed K2's upper slopes, and the climbers there would soon realize how bleak their situation really was, even within the perceived safety of camp. In fact, the mountaineers were running extremely low on fuel for their camp stoves, meaning that when it did inevitably run out soon, they'd be left unable to cook food, or more importantly, melt snow for use as drinking water. However, with the storm raging outside their tents, the 7 mountaineers stranded up at High Camp had little choice but to wait for the weather conditions outside to improve so they could finally attempt their descent. However, they would awake the following morning on August 6th to find themselves still trapped in whiteout blizzard conditions, and thus would wait out the storm for another day at High Camp. Additionally, that evening, either in the final few hours of August 6th or the early morning hours of August 7th, the toll of the fall, the high altitude, and overall exhaustion would prove to be too much for Julie Tullis's body to endure any longer, as she would die quietly in her tent overnight on the evening of the 6th or the early morning of the 7th. Additionally, this was around the time that the climbers also reached the long-dreaded moment when their supply of stove fuel ran completely empty. The storm would rage throughout the rest of the 7th, as well as throughout the entirety of the 8th and 9th as well, and by the early morning hours of August 10th, all 6 of the climbers remained alive, yet in a trance-like state, severely dehydrated and starving, and on the cusp of death. By dawnbreak on August 10th, the weather conditions had finally cleared enough for the mountaineers to attempt their descent from High Camp, as the snowfall had ceased almost entirely, but the powerful winds continued to lash against K2's unforgiving slopes. These relative weather improvements, combined with the desperate condition of the climbers stranded at High Camp, would spur them to attempt their last-ditch effort to descend to the lower camps further down the mountainside. Wolf would attempt to stir Rouse from his trance-like resting state that morning, only to find that he was heavily hallucinating and in a state of near death, and in no condition to attempt the descent with the rest of the party, and so the delusionally weary party of 5 would depart without him from High Camp on the morning of August 10th. However, their ranks would quickly thin to just 3 members a short time after their departure, as Imitzer and Weiser were so weak that they would collapse and die not far from High Camp. However, when the 3 climbers reached the next camp below, Camp 3, they would discover in horror that the camp had been abandoned and destroyed in the storm. Upon making this discovery, the distraught mountaineers would decide to part ways from there and instead make their own descents down to the next camp, Camp 2, individually. Bauer would be the first to arrive at Camp 2 later that evening at around 9 p.m., followed by Diemberger about an hour later at 10 p.m., where they finally had access to a stove to melt snow water to drink. Wolf, however, wouldn't arrive later that evening at all, or the next morning either, as the 2 Austrians would await her arrival until noon on the 11th, before departing towards advanced base camp below, opting to descend together again once more. Both of the men would successfully reach base camp and were then evacuated by helicopter out of the region a few days later on August 16th, with both having suffered severe frostbite as a result of their harrowing ordeal on K2 slopes. A small search party for Wolf was then dispatched and ascended as far as 7,100 meters without finding any trace of her before they ultimately called off the search. Thus, she would mark the final fatality of the particularly lethal 1986 K2 summer climbing season. The tragic events of this summer truly serve as a reminder of the importance of heeding a well-known saying amongst mountaineers, which is, remember, you're only halfway through the climb when you reach the summit. It's all too easy to forget you still need to get down. Thank you all for watching. Of the many mighty mountains found across the globe, there is not a more renowned and well-known group of specific individual peaks than the 14 peaks exceeding 8,000 meters in height, commonly referred to as the 8,000ers. Naturally, as they are the world's highest reaching summits and the only peaks to reach the so-called death zone above 8,000 meters in elevation, where the human body is unable to replenish itself even while fully at rest, the 8,000ers have long drawn the attention of curious outside spectators and mountaineers alike, which drives them to be consistently by far the most popular peaks to attempt to ascend in both the Himalayas and the Karakoram range. Now, if you're a regular viewer of my mountaineering content, I'm sure you're well aware that the 8,000ers receive a disproportionately high amount of media coverage compared to just about any other peak, and of course, are disproportionately categorized as more difficult and/or dangerous to attempt to ascend than they really are, a fallacy I've done my part to contest in lengthy segments in several of my videos at this point, so I'll leave it at that, for this video at least. Anyways, now because of the 8,000ers' overwhelming widespread popularity throughout the years, particularly throughout the 2010s and the 2020s thus far, the 8,000ers as a whole have seen a significant increase in commercialization, a trend which has even repeatedly made headlines outside of the mountaineering community. Now, as more and more summit hopefuls manage to summit these massive mountains each year, it's undeniable that the magnitude of the accomplishment of scaling one or two of the 8,000ers has diminished over the years as well. Even as early as the 1990s and 2000s, an ascent of a handful of the 8,000ers wasn't a particularly noteworthy accomplishment within the sport on its own. This, however, is a stark contrast to the much steeper challenge and considerably more difficult goal of successfully ascending all 14 8,000ers during one's mountaineering career, which for many years could be seen as the sport's equivalent to, say, winning the Triple Crown in horse racing. Which, by the way, if you haven't already, check out the horse racing related video I made a while back where a jockey and horse combo managed to win a race despite the former dropping dead during the span of it. Definitely one of the more out there topics I've covered throughout the years. Anyways, super long time subscribers to my channel might recall that way back in the day, in one of my first ever mountaineering related videos, I detailed an informal race between two mountaineers in 1995 seeking to become just the third person ever to ascend all 14 8,000ers that ended in tragedy for one of the climbers and his guide. Climbing all 14 8,000ers is not only a repeated test of one's technical abilities and mental fortitude to accomplish these needed repeated successes, but arguably the most difficult and potentially dangerous aspect of attempting to ascend all 14 8,000ers is, well, managing the calculated risks associated with summiting each, as climbers aspiring to summit all 14 are naturally prone to summit fever, especially after repeated failures on a particular peak, or after years spent tantalizingly close to reaching their goal, yet coming up just short of reaching it, or on rare occasion, even spurred on by the inherent human competitive spirit, with the latter also being a prevailing factor in the incident I'll be covering in this video. Now, for decades, most relatively strong high-altitude mountaineers have historically ascended at most 2 or 3 8,000ers in a single climbing season, and thus attempting to ascend all 14 was seen as a multi-year undertaking by most, and more as a long-term goal for one's entire climbing career, rather than a relatively shorter-term goal to accomplish over the course of just a few years. Well, at least it was the case until the 2010s. Now, I know this has been a fairly long preamble already, but allow me just briefly to run you through just how quickly this previously established mountaineering marathon's reputation changed completely over the course of just over a decade. Now, a good place to start, particularly in regards to the very topic of this video, the first woman to ascend all 14 8,000ers, a Spanish climber named Edurne Possebon, would do so in 2010. In 2013, a South Korean climber would set the speed record for ascending all 14 8,000ers in just over 7 years' time. 6 years later, this record was shattered when a British Nepali climber would accomplish an ascent of all 14 8,000ers in just 6 months and 6 days' time. While the 2010s saw the record time shrink from just under a decade to just over 6 months, the early 2020s were arguably even more impressive than the 2010s, as in July of 2022, a climber named Sanu Sherpa would become the first person to successfully ascend all 14 8,000ers twice, and in July of 2023, a duo of climbers named Kristen Harila and Tenjin Lama Sherpa would set a new record time of just 92 days to ascend all 14 8,000ers successfully, notably setting the speed record for both men and women in the process. Just a few months following Kristen Harila and Tenjin Lama Sherpa's historically rapid ascent of all 14 8,000ers, in early October of 2023, two American climbers who had both similarly sought to ascend all 14 8,000ers, a 31-year-old woman named Anna Gutu and a 45-year-old woman named Gina Marie Rizasildo, would both find themselves on the slopes of the 8,027-meter peak Shishapangma, located in rural Tibet, which would also serve as the final summit to overcome of the 14 for both women as well. Furthermore, both women saw the other as a direct competitor, as they both sought to become the first American woman to successfully ascend all 14 8,000ers. Gina, the elder of the two women, had begun her journey to ascend the 14 8,000ers in 2018 with an ascent of Mount Everest. However, ascending all 14 8,000ers wasn't her initial goal following this ascent, as she'd opt to ascend the 7 summits, the highest peak on each of the continents, before completing the remaining 12 8,000ers preceding her attempt to summit Shishapangma between 2021 and 2023. Gina had only decided to pursue attempting to ascend all 14 after successfully ascending her second 8,000er, the infamous, although grossly overrated in its deadliness, 8,091-meter peak Annapurna. While Gina's progression leading her to the goal of ascending all 14 8,000ers was, well, for the lack of a better term, the more traditional or natural path of progression towards such of the two women, as Anna's method of doing so was far more unorthodox in comparison. In fact, Anna had only just initially taken an interest in simply first visiting the region in 2021 after developing a fascination by watching YouTube videos. In the spring of 2022, she ascended the 6,119-meter Loboche East while on a trek to Everest Base Camp, which would evidently ignite her intense passion for mountaineering, as following this first ever career ascent, she'd continue on to ascend 13 of the 14 8,000ers in just under a year and a half, which would be considered a brisk pace for veteran high-altitude mountaineers, no less to one of her relative inexperience, a true testament to Anna's sheer raw talent. While Anna and Gina both acknowledged and saw the other as their direct competition to ascend Shishapangma and claim the title of the first American woman to ascend all 14 8,000-meter peaks, this hadn't always been the case, and rather interestingly, the roots of the duo's rivalry is actually fairly well documented. Now importantly, Anna, much like many people in their 30s in 2023, of course documented her trek to Everest Base Camp as well as her subsequent 8,000er climbs on social media and amassed a sizable audience of tens of thousands of followers on Instagram in the process. Allegedly, the two would first cross paths in May of 2023 at Everest Base Camp. However, at this point the rivalry had yet to blossom, and Anna allegedly even complimented Gina on her quote, beautiful eyes during an encounter at the base camp coffee tent. However, tension between the two would begin to bubble when they crossed paths again later that year in July at Gasherbrum 2 in Pakistan, when Gina would express her frustration upon learning of Anna's shared ambition to summit all 14 8,000ers in a text message to a friend, which read, quote, "This Ukrainian girl, who I guess has an American passport, she just climbed 5 peaks in Nepal and is now trying to climb all of the Pakistans. A typical Instagram climber. I don't understand why these people just jump into climbing and try to rush all of these mountains. It's taken me so many years to get where I am," the text read. Gina's sentiment towards Anna would of course soon reach her, and throughout July, Anna continued to power her way through the Pakistani peaks, increasing her total ascended 8,000ers to 11, while Gina returned to the US East Coast with 12 of 14 8,000ers under her belt to rest and resolve some background issues around securing her permits to attempt to ascend the final 2 peaks before Anna managed to. First Cho Oyu, and then Shisha Pangma. Unfortunately for Gina, these permit issues would keep her from attempting any further climbs until late September, allowing Anna to summit her 12th 8,000er, Dhaulagiri. On September 27th, Anna would write in a text message of her own, quote, "She won't beat me regardless, but it is pressure," it read, acknowledging the now open competition between the two even further. On October 1st, Gina would successfully ascend Cho Oyu. However, upon reaching base camp, she was greeted by Anna's arrival, which of course in turn prompted Gina to make for Shisha Pangma with utmost haste. However, Gina would once again find herself hampered by logistical issues, this time with her contracted mountain guides, as the Sherpas that had accompanied her up Cho Oyu's slopes had made the rather reasonable request to rest for a few days before continuing to accompany her to Shisha Pangma, and thus, as she felt she didn't have a few days to spare, Gina and her team would reach out to another particularly renowned local mountain guide who happened to be nearby preparing to lead an entirely unrelated client to the summit of Cho Oyu, a name you might just recognize from earlier in the video, Tenjin Lama Sherpa, who just months earlier had set the record for fastest ascent of all 14 8,000ers, and Gina would manage to sway him to join her, allegedly with a hefty sum of 30 grand, and the duo would rally at Shisha Pangma's base camp on October 3rd. Meanwhile, Anna would push for and successfully reach the summit of Cho Oyu on October 2nd, of course making her way to Shisha Pangma immediately afterwards. Now, notably, the weather conditions on Shisha Pangma's slopes in the first few days of October were quite frankly less than ideal for climbing, as the peak had been enveloped in a storm cell which had deposited a not insignificant amount of fresh snowfall on Shisha Pangma on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Several other climbers at base camp who were also seeking to ascend Shisha Pangma around this time would allegedly advise Gina to delay the start of her climb by a few days in order to allow the fresh snowfall to settle, as it's well known that the risk of avalanches is considerably increased in the days following heavy snowfall. Regardless, upon hearing of Anna's success on Cho Oyu, Gina would opt to brave the increased avalanche risk in order to get a head start on her rival, and on October 4th, Gina would send a text message to family members which read, quote, "Summit should happen within the next couple of days. I may go quiet," it read. Unfortunately, the final sentence of her text message would prove to be tragically true, although not in the way that she had intended. Gina would begin her bid for the summit, accompanied by Tenjin, on the still rather stormy morning of October 5th, with the duo seeking to make the most of their marginal head start to get the jump on Anna as much as possible. Anna would indeed arrive at Shisha Pengma's base camp on October 5th, and would launch her own bid for the summit, accompanied by her own guide, a man named Mingmar Sherpa, the following morning on October 6th, and both women would spend the entirety of the 6th pushing to make as much vertical progress up Shisha Pengma slopes as possible, despite the still rather stormy weather they were forced to contend with throughout the entirety of the day. The intensity of the weather conditions would continue to grow increasingly severe throughout the evening hours, presenting even more challenging conditions for both competing duos to endure throughout the upcoming day of the 7th. Regardless, as both were highly keen to reach the summit before the other, and aware of each other's presence on the mountainside, both duos would opt to press onwards towards the summit on the 7th despite the unfavorable weather conditions. As both duos were making their ascents later that afternoon, enormous chunks of ice and massive slabs of snow, exposed and loosened by the fierce winds, would break loose from high on Shisha Pengma's uppermost slopes, resulting in a series of massive, sweeping avalanches which cascaded down the mountain slopes, sweeping up everything in their paths within their expansive growing debris fields. Unfortunately, both Gina and Tenjin, as well as Anna and Mingmar, were swept up in two separate avalanches which had occurred in quick succession. Following the avalanches, an immediate search and rescue effort was enacted to search for the missing climbers, who were undoubtedly buried somewhere within the expansive, chaotic avalanche debris fields. However, unfortunately, the searchers were unable to locate any trace of them after several hours, and thus any hope of finding Anna, Gina, Tenjin, or Mingmar alive was essentially extinguished. In the aftermath of the avalanches, most climbers remaining at Shisha Pengma's base camp would abandon their climbs, and the mountaineering community as a whole would mourn the loss of both climbers. Although the news of the competitive nature of Gina and Anna's deaths, as well as the latter's relative inexperience, would of course garner scrutiny from many outside observers, and reignited many talking points within the mountaineering community regarding the increasing commercialization of the 8,000ers. While mountaineering tragedies with multiple varying teams and perspectives often draw conflicting conclusions as to the roots of the tragedy's occurrence, this is not the case here, as both Gina's team and family, as well as Anna's team and family, all seemingly agree that the race between the two women had clouded their ability to properly assess the dangers the weather conditions had truly posed. Thank you all for watching.